And I know others are on their way. We're going to get started with this afternoon session. So I'm going to ask the secretary to call the roll.
Okay. Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, John Narkamy.
Here,
Rena Tiger,
I'd like to ask for an excuse for my co-counsel. She is a first-time grandmother as of yesterday.
That'd be noted in the, thank you, Representative Narkamy. That'd be noted in the minutes.
Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixico.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo. Here. Karen Fulbright.
Here.
Ann Borba.
Here.
Stephanie Lambert. Here. Sina Yeslith.
Here.
Lottie Cootie. Here. Marilyn Moore. Henson Lena.
Here.
David Frank.
Here.
Wayne Shaw. Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo. Willis Dethridge. Desiree Emerton. I have 19 present, 8 absent.
With a count of 19 present and 8 absent, I declare that we have enough for a quorum and we are in the afternoon session. And the item of discussion is we are under new business at this time, and first on the list under new business is directors. Representative Hill?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call Honor Guard.
Honor Guard?
I forgot.
Commander Rex Haley? Go ahead and pull that out about 1.5 to 2 feet. Where it doesn't- there you go. So- That's what it is. Keep it from back. There you go. That's what you stick with, please.
Be afraid. Come on.
Hey, Rex, the reason why I called you is because, number one, I didn't know you were going to bring the whole squad, but you did, that's fine. This question is only mainly for you, since you're the director of the Honor Guard, who represents our nation, okay? And I'm not here to ask you any kind of question of what y'all did down there, what you drove and all that, that's all I'm here to say so. This is directed straight questions, okay?
Okay.
You took our Honor Guard down there, I believe you competed with other honor guards and all that. I believe some kind of competition and all that.
Yes.
I would like for you to tell myself and the council and the people that are listening how y'all came about, et cetera, because we haven't heard nothing since y'all have been back, okay?
Okay.
We don't know where we stand, what y'all did, and, we're just only here, so will you please kind of elaborate and tell us what y'all did down there?
Sure.
To your competition, okay?
Okay, yes. First of all, I'd like to say Mado to all the council reps and all the tribe, all employees and the citizens for backing us up. We sure do appreciate it. And, well, we made it to Florida, and we did all the required things for the grand entry. We did all that. And then for the competition, if I'm not mistaken, I think we was the only honor guard down there that we danced to or like a powwow song. I think we was the only one. And we got a group, was it Southern Boys? Yeah. Out of Oklahoma. So we thought it'd be fitting since they're from Oklahoma too. So we asked them if they would play the drum for us as we did our routine, and they gladly accepted. Yes, Ms. Goody.
How many of you seen the pictures of the bands that they
Amen. Mado.
Hey, Rex, in closing, I'd just like to say that, I'd just like to make a suggestion for you as being in charge of honor guard. I've known y'all for many, many years, okay, the honor guard. Y'all are very good, outstanding, okay? And in my books, you know, y'all done a lot, been Dallas, been Washington State, y'all been everywhere. Is there any reason why in the near future, okay, to represent our nation, invite the other 4 civilized tribes, there's 5 here in the state of Oklahoma, counting us, 5, Seminole, and our surrounding neighbors like Iowa, you got Sac Falls, you got Potawatomi, Creek Nation. You know what, have a competition here. There's nothing wrong with that, it's free, okay? All we have to do is just invite them, let them come, have a certain day, weekend, and we can always collect money to get like little trophies or whatever that they did good. You know what I mean? What you call, you know, we can get together like a fellowship, okay? And have what you call a real dance pertaining to what it really means by having an honor guard. Instead of hula hoop and dancing crazy, and I even got a lot of that go with y'all going dance. But you know, think about something like that upcoming. It can be done. Okay. I'm sure the council here would approve of it.
I like that. I like that idea.
So I'll get that up, okay?
Okay.
Mine,
Okay.
You think about it, okay? That's the way I would like to return what y'all did. What y'all didn't do, what you know they wanted y'all to do.
All right, Mado, Ms. West.
Yes, Rex, and to all the honor guard. I watched the video from home. Y'all did a very outstanding job in my eyes. It's always, you know, heartwarming to see that. You know, I'm the daughter of a veteran, a Korean veteran. He's no longer with us, but seeing y'all and presenting us down there in Florida, very heartwarming.
Mado,
And I
appreciate
commend
that.
everything
Yes.
that you do, and thank you for your service.
Thank
Each
you.
and every one of you.
Thank you. You know, we had other honor guards as we were like in the backstage area come up and told us, what do you say, Alex? Y'all made us cry because we never saw anything like that done before. And they really enjoyed it, and they said, y'all should have been placed higher than what y'all did. I said, I agree, but nothing I can do about it now. Yeah, but I'm just glad they didn't let us carry real rounds in our weapons. No, just kidding, just kidding. But I'm proud of my guys, and they did a great job down there. And man, I mean, you know, a lot of people, they'll brag about their committees or whatever it is, but I really brag on my guys. I mean, they deserve everything, and I mean, it's just like a brotherhood here, a brotherhood. Not only we represent the honor guard, but we're representing our tribe as well. That's the main thing, main thing. But like I said, once again, Mado, for all y'all support, really do appreciate it, and couldn't have done it without y'all. Mado, Jess. All right, that's it.
Any other questions for Honor Guard? I know that the Seminole Tribe of Florida, their Honor Guard and our Honor Guard, they took images and pictures together, you know, there, and that was a good thing, because I asked if y'all would do that. And sometimes things can be interpreted in a manner that maybe not exactly how we may receive it, but I understand that as well. I appreciate you guys. Y'all represented us well. I saw your routine all the way through, and I was proud of what y'all presented, and will continue to be as well. Thank you very much.
They said we was the best dressed down there too. I guess they should have given us an award for that.
Was that when I was standing by y'all? No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing.
Mado, everybody, appreciate it. Thank you.
Chief.
Is there any other? Representative McCoy.
Higher ed.
Higher ed. She's coming.
don't go.
Hello, thank you, Dana. I called Dana up here. I think sometimes we're critiquing instead of maybe sharing some accolades and praises for those that I feel like are going above and beyond. And so I just wanted to let you know that Dana, I asked her to come up here because she works with our children on scholarships, and I do appreciate her. I have 2 kids in college as well, and she adjusted her schedule to have some late hours twice a week so that the kids, whether they were coming down to turn in their forms or their parents were coming down, they didn't have to take off work. So she extended her hours. She had in her building, she had all these flyers and not just the BIA application, but she has all these applications and information that are available to help our natives continue further in their education so that one day, we have top leaders that, are Seminole tribal members. And so I think that's awesome. And so I told her when I turned in the paperwork for my boys, it's like, I'm gonna call you up on the floor. Don't sweat it. I just wanted to say Mado and thank you. And she has some ideas she shared with me of trying to get some more information online and be user-friendly. So Dana, I didn't know if you had anything else you would like to share with the council, but Mado for doing that. Appreciate it.
It's always been my dream to be able to work for my tribe and help my people. And so I'm grateful and thankful for this opportunity to be able to do this. I want our people to succeed, and this is one way I feel is very necessary to help educate our people. And I'm willing to do what I can to help encourage our young people to get their degrees. Not only young people, anybody, you're never too old to learn. And so, I do want to, extend the hours like I do. I have those twice a week, usually 2 times during our scholarship periods, and I also do scholarship Saturdays for those that just, may have to work 12, 14 hours, can't make it during the regular work week, and they can, still come in if they need extra help, guidance or whatever, to fill out the application or even application just to, apply for college. And then I do have like an ice cream social where it's more of a get-together, but not feel so formal, and you get a sweet treat. But where we can discuss all kinds of opportunities, whether it be through college or, I need to refer them over to Emma for technical school or whatever. I want them to have some kind of training to be able to succeed and make something and even, help our tribe more. And but I do have plans on having a workstation put in our facility where for those that do not have internet access at home or printing facilities, so that they can access that while they're needing to apply for colleges, other scholarships. And I do try to provide as many other links and opportunities for funding outside of our tribe so that they have plenty of funding opportunities to help them cover that, because it gets expensive. And I remember what it was like for myself. And so I want to be treated, that's how I want others to be treated, just like they was my own child. So that's my goal. And, if you have other questions or anything, I'll try to help in those areas too, as much as I can.
I saw Representative Thunder, then Representative Pittman.
Well, thank you for all that you're doing for us, Dana. I have a question. Do y'all also assist with help filing the FAFSA for those that are new to it?
I do my best. I took some training while I was at the NIEA on the new system that they have with FAFSA. But I do know it's a little different. It was a little, the time frame was a little wonky this year where, they waited till late December to open it. But I do my best to try to help them with that. If I can't do it personally, I find someone in the area that they're at that can help them, does it every day. My aunt actually works at Metro Tech, and she's a financial aid specialist, and she helps no matter what race. And so if they're in the Oklahoma City area, I try to refer them to her, because I know she will help anybody. And she will go to the public library even and sit and help some to help file their FAFSA. But I try to do some of that, and even if some of them come to me that they just have no clue, maybe they're Muskogee Creek Nation, I try to get them in contact with Kayla and whoever else may be able to steer them in the right direction over in Creek Nation area. So.
All right.
Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. My question is, are you open to looking for grants that will help train the students and their parents at the same time. We have a Know Before You Go program, and you just bring all your sophomores and juniors and seniors together to help them and their parents fill out the FAFSA. And sometimes Wells Fargo pays for it. It's a whole day event, and they provide lunch, and that the funding comes from the grant. So I just wondered if you.
Oh, I'm always open to any way that can help them. Marcy B. Harjo and I have also discussed about doing something, where we can maybe do a ACT prep course to try to help those that's already, in high school, which is his area, but it helps them get prepared for when they come to my area for higher education, because they have to have, in some cases, a pretty good ACT score to get into a college and get other scholarships. So if they have the ACT prep, that helps. So if we work together and combine our programs, then, we can also help the students and their parents be knowledgeable of that as well.
Do we have, my question is, do you have concurrent enrollment?
Not with my program, that's usually covered through Judgment Fund, I believe, but ours is for the 18-year-olds and older that, have graduated. And
Well, you had mentioned the ACT program, and so our students, when they take the ACT test, their junior and senior year, they're allowed to take college courses.
Right.
Based on their scores while they're in high school. And that way, when they go to college, they're already a freshman with maybe 24 hours because they had a 2-year period to take college courses for free.
Yes, I did that myself when I was in school. So I had my English and my college algebra out of the way before I ever went, graduated. So I do encourage that. It's a very good program. It helps a lot.
I just didn't know if we have it available at our high schools here.
Yes, because I went to Wewoka. That's where I graduated. So yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Lottie? Representative Cootie?
When any students need help with anything, schoolwork and all that, y'all have a tutor or somebody that would help them?
I have worked with Seminole State College that they have some of the students that need some community service hours, and so they come over and they will help tutor for free. They do it for our GED program and they do it for our higher education program, and it's no cost to us because they already needed their community service hours, so they do it for no charge to help our students.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lambert?
I'm going to brag for a second because my daughter did go to school concurrently, and she was one of 3 tribal members that actually graduated Seminole State College with their associate's degrees. So there was my daughter, Abigail Lambert, Rebecca Stone's daughter, CJ. What is CJ's real name though?
Consuela.
Consuela, yeah, and then Rylan Simmons from Maud. So we had 3, and then we had some other tribal members from around the area that had also done similar programs. There's Gordon Cooper, and we were attending Gordon Cooper and Seminole State College at the same time to get nursing degrees and those type of things. So and Dana did help them with their college applications, and I believe one of the tribal members, is it Jagger, ended up getting over $50,000 in scholarships at the University of Minnesota. So so she's helped tremendously in that area, and I do want to give her.
Any other questions for education? No further questions, then thank you for being here today. I seen Representative Gonzalez and then Representative Shaw in that order.
I'd like to call up job placement and training.
Job placement and training.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Wesley Harjo. I'd like to introduce myself that I have a bachelor's degree in political science with a minor in Native American studies. I also have an associate's degree in business.
I am the band chief of the Eufaula Band. I'm also the secretary for the band chief organization, and I am also a former council representative. I served under the leadership of Kelly Haney. And I had asked my council rep to call me up because I was wanting to tell you about my program. We have higher education, but for those, a lot of times college isn't for everyone. So we have VOTEC. So VOTEC is what we help people with when they're needing help with tuition, or they're needing clothing or gas. That's how we help them. Also, I've applied, and how many of you know about the ACT Work Keys program? So it is a program where you can get a certificate. It's the National Career Readiness Certificate. And so what I'm planning on doing is, if you come in and you're a client, or it could be anybody, and you're wanting to get a certificate, they have like bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, I believe. And each one of those certificates, once you take it, it'll show you all of the things that you qualify for. It'll have a list on it. And you can take that certificate and you can take it to wherever you're wanting to apply for a job, and they'll see that you took that test and that you qualify for this job. Now, I know that there may be some people out there that may not even pass or get a certificate, but I'm going to try to find, like there was mentioning tutors or something, I'm going to try to find something where we can help our people, you know, learn or advance their skills more. So that's what I was wanting to let you know, that what I've been going to do with my program. There's other things that I'm doing also, and it's in my council report.
Representative Pittman, then Representative Cootie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, do you have the training available online, or do people have to come in?
Not online.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cootie.
Emma, I just want you to know that my grandson is doing well in Arizona. I had a grandson that lived in Arizona, but he moved here and brought his little boy and left his wife in Arizona while she was working. So he made that sacrifice and was here a year and went into Emma's program. And he was a certified mechanic, car mechanic, and he wanted to be an airplane mechanic. So she went through that. He went through the school. He didn't miss a day. He had good attendance and everything. So when he graduated, he went back to Arizona and everything. So it was a good thing for him, and I appreciate Emma for helping him, getting him through school that he wanted to go to. So if our young people would understand and need help, they have to look for it and question and see what kind of help they can get. But a lot of times we have young people out here we don't even talk to. We don't even say anything to them. And then that makes what, you know, we have a lot of young people that fall by the wayside and get into trouble. So I was proud of my grandson, and I thank Emma for helping him. So I just want y'all to know that if there's any young people, maybe we need to get young people together and talk to them and tell them that there's things out here that can help them. Some of them you can't, you know, are not material for college. And there's trainings, like I said, you know, so I look around and I say, you know, we talk about our young people and everything, but there's nothing for them actually. So we just need to find something to get them interested into this community, because they're going to be the future of our tribe. And so we need to start thinking about that. And somebody said, I think that, you know, we as the older people sitting here making decisions, but things are changing, the world is changing, and they need to change with them. You know, the young people has to change it and have it in their, you know, the era that they're in. So again, Emma, thank you. He's doing well.
Any other questions for JTPA? No other, Representative Shaw?
CMD and roads,
Oh, he's calling another. Community development, community development.
Did you say, can you do that? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, or afternoon, pardon me.
oh, look, I called you up, I wanted to ask you questions on, what do you call it? How many applications do you have pending at this time? Because that'll help us with that.
There were 445 applications with 145 in service area within Seminole County, 290 outside of service area. And my understanding, the report that I received on the in-county was 22 projects completed. On the out-of-county, I understand that they have completed all 20 projects on that.
Okay, I was asking, but you still got, would you say 400 and something?
On that, what I figured, procurement, they contracted that program out, and the amount of funds that they expended per project, I totaled it up, and it looked like on the BIA side that there was approximately 46,000 left over. So I assume they'll go to the next people in line and spend that money on them.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out, how many applications there were. Because we'll be probably having you use your statistics when we sit down and do this household that HIP program that I'm trying to sponsor coming through. So, yeah. Anybody else?
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? If there's no other questions, thank you for being here, Mike. Representative McCoy.
Tribal enrollment.
Tribal enrollment. Tribal enrollment.
Shirley Walker, Director, Tribal Enrollment.
Thank you, Shirley. I just wanted to ask you a question. I ran into Shirley at one of the intertribals recently, and I had asked her a question, and so I just wanted to pose it again here on the floor so I understand it. I'm under the impression that like Choctaw Nation for sure, and I think it's Cherokee Nation, they have, I guess, what you call an enhanced card. So one side is your tribal ID, and the back side is the CDIB. And I think it might be able to be used for passport purposes. I don't understand the whole process, but what is the holdup on us doing something similar to that?
That's not the enhanced tribal card.
Not, okay.
It's just their regular tribal card where they have enrollment on one side and CDIB on the other.
But we don't have that.
No, we don't have that.
And why is that? Why can't we get that, I guess?
Well, nobody's ever asked for it. It's not in our code to do, because we contracted the CDIB program from BIA, and there was always two separate cards.
Okay.
And so now that we're doing it, we just haven't put the CDIB on the reverse side.
But we can, is what you're saying, is that it might be a possibility that we can do that now? Okay, because for me, it'd be easier to have one card that has it both than having to worry about making sure I have both cards Just,
Yeah, we
is
just
that
have-
something we could pursue, or you could look into it and bring some information
Yeah, we
back?
just have to amend Title 22
Amend Title 22?
membership code.
Okay. But, oh, that's all I had for you.
Any other questions for enrollment? Representative Petit?
The treasurers are all about this and everything, but, you know, we had a cutoff date on this 21, 29, and it seems like there's been a lot. Has your office experienced a lot of new applications for our tribal enrollment, or? Because, I mean, if my numbers are calculated right, there's been about 400 new applications for this 21, 29, $2,000 assistance deal since Representative Shaw brought that bill forward that we cut off the date of, I think it was July 31st. Has your office been overrun with new applications?
No, not, we're overrun when they're giving money. We have people coming in, but then now it's slacked off. We just do, I'll say probably less than 50 a quarter. We still have applications coming in all the time.
Yeah.
And newborns but no, we don't have a lot.
Well, I think what I was trying to get to was from the date of that cutoff, July 31st, until this last report that we have here, there's approximately $800,000 has come out of that fund, and that's about 400 applications. And now, I understand the first period that the treasurer would have got the report, there was about 150, something like that, in that bill, which was probably because he only had a month there to have gotten the report. But then from there through the December report, well, not December, it's January 31st where it says on it. Like I said, if you calculate the money, it's decreased from $4,420,000, $50,000 down to $3,613, 140 and 37 cents. And that's why I was wondering, did y'all get overrun with a bunch of new applicant or tribal enrollment changes?
What money are you talking about? Where you see
The very
that?
first distribution that we had was $2,000, TR 2129. I know, but it seemed like we had a committee or a group of people that put together the applications and took them, and then they had to go through enrollment to be verified that they were actually members of our nation. And that's what I'm saying is, well, I'd rather had asked Kim first about the money before I got to you in enrollment, but now that you're here, I just want to know, did y'all get overloaded with a bunch of new applications?
No.
Because
No, I don't get what you're saying.
Well,
because I know we just do the applications, enroll them, and as far as it goes to how many they pay out, we don't have that information.
well, but I think, do they not have to verify that they're enrolled through your office to receive the compensation of that $2,000?
Not every one of them, no.
Okay.
They didn't have, this time when before they made payouts, we had to verify them. But this time, they just had that application and online, and a lot of them were already in the system. And just the new ones, they had, and they did have to put their card number on there, and then those that were like a family enrolled and their kids were not enrolled, but they were on that application. Now those they did send to us to verify, the new people, but the old ones, no.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's just kind
Yeah.
of surprising to me
Yeah.
that amount had decreased so I mean,
Yeah.
That's
We-
why
yeah,
I'm
we
wondering
only-
$800,000.
We only verified if we had applications pending on the new ones.
Okay. Thank you.
But for clarification, Shirley, everyone actually was a member that went through that system.
Yes,
Yes.
because they're in the accounting system. When that application comes through and they send it through, if there's a question, it'll pick it up and they'll come back and ask us. But for the majority of the people, they're in the system already on their accounts, where they pay out.
So
Yeah.
apparently we woke a bunch of people up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for enrollment? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Shirley. Can you tell us if, there are new enrollments and they have several people in their families, can they use one packet of documents, or does each person have to have their own separate set of the same documents?
If it's a whole family, they bring the documents in and they come in with the applications. We can make the copies and attach it to their files.
Okay. Are they
yeah,
able to mail it in as a family?
if they come in as a family,
Oh, only if they're in person?
in person. And
Okay.
we help them do their applications and get all their copies, but by mail, they have to have their own copies. Because if it's a minor, they have to have the adult's ID saying, this is my child, I'm enrolling them.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam.
Any other questions? Enrollment. If no other questions, then thank you, Shirley, for being here this afternoon. Representative Hill?
Housing Authority?
The Housing Authority.
Good afternoon. I'm Candy Cooper. I'll be interim director for the Housing Authority as of right now.
Might have to adjust it. It's a little down, Candy. Maybe turn that mic towards you a little bit.
How's this?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay.
So Katie, would you repeat that, what you just got through saying, please?
I am Candy Cooper. I'm the interim director for the Housing Authority of Seminole Nation for right now.
For the Housing Authority?
For the Housing Authority.
Okay, what I'm looking at, it's got Housing Authority Director Becky Stone, okay? So
She's no longer our director right now.
I'm quite familiar with that, okay? She's a new BIA director here in Seminole, right?
Correct.
Okay. Has she, when she was appointed as a director for BIA, has she come back over and played the role or interim as a housing director?
No, no, sir.
So ever since she left, she has never came back to Housing Authority and became an interim or anything like that?
No, sir.
That was my question, the reason why, because when you see, how could she hold two positions, housing director and BIA, that'd be like double dipping, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's why I brought you up here, but how long are you gonna be an interim? Have you got a vacancy in?
Our board is working on finding a new director as we speak. They've been interviewing a lot of people and going through a lot of applications. So it could be as maybe the next meeting next month could be. So it's just up to the board if they find one.
So once you come to a closing and you get all your applicants and all that, the Housing Authority Committee would be the one picking or deciding who should be the director?
It will be our board of commissioners.
That's what I mean. Chairman is Dan Factor, I believe.
Yes, sir.
So you're not really full yet on the directors, are you? The committees?
I didn't hear that, sir.
Do you have a full house on committees?
Yes. As of right now, we did. Until I think maybe today, they may be appointing some more directors. Something may happen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think they're on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, and that's all I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Representative Shaw?
I'm looking at this, budget breakdown that, Representative, Petit was looking at, and under housing, tribal housing, we gave $500,000, $500,000. Or obligated, or however you wanna call it. And it's been there since, 12/4/21. But I'd like to know if that money's been sitting there all this time, and how come only $1,000 has been expended out of it?
Out of the which program?
That, I guess it's under the ARPA funded project. And it's right here, it says tribal housing, TR 2021-79. That says appropriation of $500,000. Expenditures, I don't know if that's expenditures are 499,000, or if they just spent 1,000?
There's $1,000 remaining,
How about
there's
$500,000?
$1,000 remaining, Representative Shaw, because those were spent as reflected in an earlier report by one of the directors that was up here.
We got, said sometimes, I mixed up on it too, so there's only $1,000 left in that program.
Yes, sir.
So I guess that'll be included in our next report, so we can reallocate.
Absolutely.
Well, if it's reflected in that, what we call encumbrances and expenditures, and there's $500,000 appropriated, and it shows $499,000 was expended, then there'll be $1,000
I made a
still.
mistake in the reading of it. That's the only question I had.
Yeah, and it's not housing authority.
Has
That's,
the director's position been advertised?
Yes, sir. It's advertised in Tulsa World, the Oklahoma City paper, all tribal papers, in the Creek Nation boundaries, and it's well advertised.
Okay.
okay, any other questions for Housing Authority of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma? No other questions?
Okay, Mado.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for being here today. Representative McCoy.
Wildlife, Parks and Recreation.
I don't believe Wildlife Parks and Recreation has a representative here this afternoon. I know the director had stated it. Do we have somebody? I know your recreation, it's not Wildlife Parks and Recreation. Is there somebody that works under Wildlife Parks and Recreation? Okay. Yeah, because Gary, you work under Recreation, but you're welcome to come up if you want. And note this, that this gentleman's not the director. Rosa Smith is the director, okay?
Yes.
He's just not just but he's a employee.
Employee.
For the
Did you say your name? I'm
My name is Ulysses Rivera.
Okay, so you may not know the answer to my question, but I'll ask it anyways. I've been hearing reports like on the 918 acres of land, that there's been poachers out there.
Yes.
Wild hogs.
Yes.
And now what I heard is cattle that's unbranded, so
Right.
somebody's cattle that's on our land.
That's running the land, yes.
So number one, I'll ask the question again, is our land posted, like no trespassing?
Yes, I went myself and put signs up on all the gates.
Okay.
And we changed locks, and we put new chains and locks on the gates that come in from the outside.
Okay.
The only one we can't close is the one coming in off the,
Where those
whatever.
people have access to
Yes.
their property?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only one we can't, because it's not, doesn't have any fencing on it.
Okay, so with those reports that you've been getting, have you guys put out like any kind of game cameras to?
Yes, there's
to
gang
see?
cameras, there's traps out there, and I
Have you
believe
gotten
they've
any?
trapped 30 or 35 hogs already, so,
Okay.
yeah.
On the game cameras, have you gotten any footage, and was that turned over to like?
Yes, they
Life
found they got pictures of some people poaching.
Okay, and do you give that over to our life force?
Aaron has those, and the gentleman that works for the State Department that's coming over and checking on that has the trap set, they have all those pictures, yeah.
Okay, so, okay. All right, I think you've answered my questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for him? He's not the director now. I saw Representative Gonzalez and then Representative Shaw.
Hello, this is Ida Gonzalez. I was just wondering, has anybody said anything about possibly harvesting those hogs and using the meat for our communities?
Well, we've talked about it, or they have, and they worrying about diseases and things like that. So no, they're not giving any to the people. The ones they've trapped already, they've put down.
Because that's a lot of meat out there that.
It is, but, you know, you don't know what you're gonna get sick or, so, I mean, I wouldn't eat them. Because, yeah,
Well, there is, if you cook them at a certain degree, high
Right.
temperatures, then there's a lot of people that consume wild hog meat. But you have to cook them at certain temperatures to try to alleviate those diseases that they may be carrying. And there's only certain wild hogs that most people would even consider harvesting within a certain weight category. But is it possible? I know we have some of our traditional churches, they utilize the wild hogs quite a bit, actually.
I mean, if that's what they want.
Maybe not this group of wild hogs,
Right,
but wild hogs throughout the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Representative Shaw, then I saw Representative Cootie, then Representative Hill.
I know when I was working up here, I went down there several times, and I wouldn't advise anybody to go down there unless they're carrying a big pistol.
You're right.
Because those hogs will attack you, and they
They're-
are down there.
Yeah, they think there's over 300 hogs down there, according to the state, the guy that works for the state there, that Cody meets.
But throughout this region, you know, not just the state of Oklahoma, but the surrounding states.
Yeah.
There has been an increase in the wild hogs.
So I might ask y'all if y'all would entertain putting a sign up down there that
No hogs allowed.
they don't eat, don't eat the hogs or don't let the hogs eat you, you know? But the other question I have is about this, like you said, unbranded cattle running down there.
Yes.
If they're down there and if they're unbranded and they're a certain age, we should be able to take them to the sale.
That's what we've heard from the gentleman that's been helping. But I think they're trying to find the owners first before they consider anything like that.
Well, then I must not be worried about them, they hadn't branded them.
Yeah, or they can't catch them or find them, so I don't know. That's a lot of land out there, so.
Is the game warden working with our live horse, or is our live horse working with the gaming?
I believe the light horse is working with them, yes.
Because I know that, you know, on my place over there, I go out and shoot whatever I want.
Yeah.
But, the thing is, those hogs, they're presenting a nuisance, because they dig it all up, but.
Yeah, it's bad back in there. I've been in there quite a few times, so, yeah.
But wouldn't you agree that we need to put something up there?
Yes, I do.
On that, the other one question is, on that road next to the river bridge,
Yes.
that gate right there. at the bottom
We just changed the locks on that. We put our lock on it, and the Seminole Nation signs, no trespassing signs, we put those on there too.
Well, the reason I ask is the other evenings after hours.
Sir?
The other evening after hours,
Yes.
I was cussing an old boy because he's driving 40 miles an hour in front of me and wouldn't let him drive. But when he got there, he turned in and went down there and went through the gate.
Yeah, there's about 6 or 7 locks on that gate, and I believe it's a way for other people to get to their properties from there. Is why, and OG&E has a lock on there, and I think there's an oil field company that maybe that has a lock on there, but I don't know whose locks they
But
are.
how about individuals? They shouldn't have them.
No, not unless it's the landowner.
So we might just ask the light horse to go down there and patrol that a little more.
Okay.
'Cause it's not the first time I've seen it.
Okay. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about though, yeah. Yeah, we just changed that lock. We put our lock, one of our locks on there so that we can get in and out. But all those locks are locked into each other, so that way, if you need to get in or he needs to get in, they can still get in there and on their property, so.
Well, like I said, I observed this guy going down in there. And I say he's an old man, I might be a little older than him, but, he's an older person. And when he went down there, I was behind him, about 4 or 5 miles, well, I was at Willis's. When I went down there, when I got there, like I said, he was driving on through.
Yeah, he must have had, that's the guy we probably need to talk to. I've never seen him, but we look for him every time we go down there, so, yeah.
Okay, that's all I'll yield the floor.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have Representative Cootie and Representative Hill, and then we're at the time for this particular report to come to a conclusion.
maybe this question was asked and I didn't hear it or whatever. The unmarked cattle,
Yes, ma'am.
about how many do you have?
Oh, I bet you there's more than 20. We can't really get a good head count on all of them, but they're just everywhere. You'll see them in bunches up on the hills and down in the creek beds, so we don't know exactly how many's out there, but there's quite a few.
So, I mean, if
There's
we
a
want-
few
if-
babies
If they're
down-
not marked, if we wanted to claim it, can we just claim them?
That I could.
I'm just speaking with the Attorney General on the legal process of that, if there needs to be a public notice about cattle, et cetera, and then probably from a legal standpoint, if nobody claims them, obviously they're roaming on our land.
So that's when we
Big
feed the
tribal
people.
feast,
I don't
sounds
want
like.
to know to feed people. So,
Okay.
anyway, thank you.
Representative Hill, and then this will be the last question for at least this
Getting back
direct.
to the land out to 918 acres and over that we have, okay? All them hogs, there's been over 45 wild hogs been killed, okay?
Right, 45,
What
yeah.
did we do with them? We got a dozer down there, and we had dug it up, and we buried all 45 of them, okay? Live horse been notified and informed, okay?
Yes.
Concerning the wild hogs, and not only that, the poachers that come down there, they shooting, killing the hogs, leave them there.
Yes.
Live horse been notified also, okay?
Yes.
The poachers, they don't come down. So I think the best I would probably be asking the live horse, later on, during what you call it, but still, when we talk about our land, and we talk about the hogs being shot, okay, and we talk about cows that are not branded and everything, and they're on our land, okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what the attorney's going to say, but when they're on our land, and this is our sovereign nation that we have here, then they should be considered as tribal hogs and tribal cows,
Exactly.
okay? Then it could belong to anyone that wants it.
Right.
Because there's no way that you can prove who the hogs or the cows belong to.
No, you can't.
Well, like they say, here say so, you can't believe it. The facts are down there, okay? They're
Yeah.
down there. But anyway, the game warden has come down there many times and said he would citate the poachers and all that.
Right.
I understand. We have not gave them permission to do that, okay?
Okay.
So, what's he doing down there then if he's not allowed to go ahead and citate the poachers and all that, killing the hogs and all that? Pretty soon they're gonna start killing the cows. When do we put a stop to it, see? And I know that you guys got your cameras, you got your no trespassing, et cetera, but the neighbors that live around the 918 acres, they said, those cows, they've been there for a long time, like you said, they're wild, they run around.
They are.
And they even told some of the employees that work for recreation that you can keep them, you get them, take them home. Somebody even asked me and called me and said, hey, bring a trailer down, take some cows with them.
Yeah, we've been, they've asked us about the cows too, but I don't know what to do with them. I mean,
That was my last question. What are y'all planning on doing with what we have going on now?
I think they're still working on it. We've been feeding the hogs in the traps, and they've been saying, but those cows come down there and eat that corn that we throw. So if we can get rid of them, and then it's just deer and then the wild hog. But the cows is what's eating most of that corn that's being thrown out there for the feed. Yeah.
So who does what? Your department? Does it go to the executive?
Yeah.
Or does it go to council here?
I think they ask questions through the executive office, but right now I think they have a wildlife from a gentleman from the state that's helping. They're the ones that set the traps down there, and it's Aaron Hill. He's in charge of that down there, and they have all the camera pictures and everything that you would want to see. But as far as the cattle, I don't know what they want to do.
I think we can
with-
exhaust our legal processes. Attorney General can help us with that. And then after that, then, we can,
So, Mr. Chair, who's overall in charge? Would that be the director, Rosie Park?
yes.
Or Rosie Smith or whatever?
Yes. She's over wildlife
Same thing,
parks.
Park Smith.
Wildlife parks and recreation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, is that, just one more remark here. I think we're about exhausted the time period. Representative Dethridge.
This is not for this gentleman. Earlier, I asked you a question a while ago. You said it was the wrong time, so is it about the right time to answer the question for me?
I think we can, I think we're under directors.
Would you
No. I'm the chief of the Seminole Nation.
I don't forget to ask you a question, Rico.
Do you want to answer for the whole council, or do you want to have a conversation with me?
I just asked the question a while ago about, did you attend the governor's State of the State? And you said, what date was that? The answer to that is February the 5th, 2024. Maybe you were not available. I don't know. I didn't see you on television.
Well, yeah, you didn't see me. I didn't, go to the State of the State for the governor of the state of Oklahoma. I did not attend that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, and I think I answered that on your text or email already.
You said what now?
I think I answered you that when you asked me before on either text or email if I had attended the State of the State address.
Oh, I'm way older than you. I don't remember sending you a text or an email asking you if you attended that. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I did not go to the State of the State address for the governor of the state of Oklahoma, Governor Stitt.
Well, I thank you probably missed an opportunity, but that's my point of view. Thank you.
I don't know what opportunity came out of that. But anyway, is that all the questions? I believe we probably exhausted our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Representative Shaw, then Representative Sampson, and Representative Pittman. Are you calling another director up, Representative Shaw?
I need to look at, or see somebody. We put it aside, slid it under the table, put a rug over it and everything else, but it's still sitting there and we're still paying on the Brisso Mansion. We're wasting money if we're not sold it.
Are you asking for a director? We're on that line item right now.
We don't have a director.
Right. So do you have a director that you would like to?
But this council directed you, Mr. Petit, and Chotty's all I know, remember. I remember her. Watson, Shirley Watson. We asked y'all to look into that and do. We've never received a report of any kind on it, one way or another. I know we're still having to pay like a retainer to the realtor. So what's the deal with it? Are we not working on it because I want to keep it? I don't.
Well, actually, Mr. Shaw, the answer to that question is the last time that we met, and then the Carter Real Estate at the time had said that they were going to make an offer to us, and when they were expected to make that offer, then they said they were having financial problems, and then that did not go through.
Well, that's more of a report than we've had on this whole over a year.
Well, I think we've already talked about it. We probably can go visit the video if we have to pull it up. I think we've already.
The reason, like I said, we keep sleeping. I don't know if the council just put it on the back burner and forgot it or what, but I can't forget it because my band won't let me forget it. They want to know about that Grizzle. Get rid of it. We're spending what, $20,000 a month?
No.
60?
No.
Well, we're paying something on it.
Well, yeah, our payment is about right at 10, as it has always been, about $10,000.
Then also, if you look out there, that last tornado or whatever will come through, there's a gazebo out there. We had them fish in there. The fish are already done sold and gone. But that gazebo is laying over on its side. How do you expect to sell some if it's not in tip-top shape?
Tip-top shape. Are you talking about, well, I don't even want to go there, but I sure could explain some things about letting it go, allowing water lines to bust, allowing all kinds of mold that took remediation that cost us tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, how come these haven't been reported to this council?
I don't know. It was under Chief Chilcote's administration. I have no idea why that wasn't never reported.
Well, they did replace part of that in Chilcote.
Okay, well then you heard about it then.
But I'm talking about like a gazebo out there laying over on its side. That happened in the last tornado. There wasn't no great Chilcote to point a finger at.
No, I'm not talking about pointing fingers. You were asking about certain things, and I was explaining it. But anyway, we can't force somebody to come and buy that. you know?
No, but we can fix it up where it's attractive enough to buy. You don't take your house and just go sell it on the market as is. You go around there and you fix a doorknob,
We seem to have done that in the past, but yeah, as far as that gazebo, the gazebo is not keeping it from being sold.
I don't know that, but, because I'm not a realtor. The thing is, have you met with Ms. Petit and Ms. Watson lately on it?
Have I met with them lately?
Yeah.
No, we would deal with that, we deal with the realtor, and I think the realtor, you know, at this time, you know, there's a period where it's on the market, and when maybe we should go with another realtor if we can't get it done.
Well, if that's what you gotta do, it's what you gotta do, but this council has already voted to get rid of it, and you're not following through with it now we just gotta change the realtor. But evidently we had a contract with a realtor for X amount of time, and I understand it was renewed without this council's approval. Now, I'm saying I understand, I didn't say it was. But if that's the case, then our council needs to know these things. So we do need it. The council's already done their job, let's say 7. Okay. And it looks like that because of that resolution where you put down there what? 2 representatives, because it had an S on the end of representative. But we haven't, like I said, we're not getting anything except spending money on this building here.
And we do have a resolution as well that supports that. So, you know, we have to, you got a buyer in mind that's willing to give us something when we don't owe a whole lot of money on it and be the laughing stock of the country. Then send them to us.
If we owed $1 million on it and we've fixed it $500,000 worth in the last 2 years, don't you think that's about $500,000 we could sell it for? I'm sure it'd sell for that.
That's not good business, Mr. Shaw.
There we go, she's gonna pass me over, not answer.
Huh? Yeah, well, I don't know if I've seen her hand first. Yeah. We'll go in that order as I seen the hands. I'm not trying to, well, I think, you know, we've been pretty lenient on these rules of order, but there's a certain amount of time you're supposed to speak on any one subject matter. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you didn't have no more time left according to the rules of order. Representative Cootie, Representative Pittman, and then Representative Desiree. Emerton.
What I want to ask is, if a person wants to look at that building, who do I go to, or do I have the authority to this person to look at it?
They need to get in touch with the Seminole Nation through our property. Through our property, yes.
I was told it has to go through you.
It has to go through property. No, you got the wrong administration. That was the last time. It goes through property. They're over. They have the keys. They have the keys for everything. I don't have the keys for everything. Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just simply want to know what the balance is on the Griswold Mansion, because if we don't have a director, we don't have a budget. And so I just want to know.
We got a lot of directors here, and this subject matter is, okay. You want a director up here?
Yes, well, any director that can tell me who, or properties, anybody that can tell me.
Property's not a directive position, but I think procurement is here, or they were earlier.
It's on property and procurement, so do we have a director for procurement?
Procurement is the direct supervisor for the property,
So do we have any representative from procurement?
We do.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a director, just a representative. Someone who can.
We do have the procurement director here.
Can we
I
call
think I see her back there. All right. All right, we'll get a director up here. Thank you, council. You might have to adjust that mic, Terry.
Where's my box? I could stand on a step stool. Thank you. Oh, dang, all the way down. Okay. Hello, I'm Terry Jackson. I am the Director of Procurement, and property is under my department.
Okay, give us some more introduction. How long have you been there?
I grew up, well, goodness, we're gonna be here all day. I'm old. I grew up here in Oklahoma. I was born in Holdenville, went to school all in Seminole. I left when I got married, lived in Texas, moved back in '98, started working at the Housing Authority, and I started working for the nation in 2012. So I worked my way up from procurement tech, and now I'm the director.
Well, I just have this one simple question. I know we continue to table it, or we haven't really moved on it, and the council did make a recommendation to sell it, but I'd like some background or rationale as to why we have not sold it. And I'd also like to know what is the balance, because we're gonna continue to pay for the property and a realtor, and I serve on the finance committee, and I don't have that information.
Okay, as you know, I am the director, but I don't do the finances for the Grisso. So you might need to talk to someone from the accounting department to find out what the balance is. I approve the purchase orders that come through, but it's just the contract and, you know, a new rec for this year to make the payments. I don't see balance information.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's what I need to know. We're trying to narrow it down as to who we need to go to for the information.
I think
is our
Representative
treasurer
Emerton? Yes, you had your hand up earlier?
Yes, I was just, had some questions about the Grisso as well. I had sent out an email on Friday, asking for a status and an update on what's going on. There are some people that I spoke with that we think that we could, if we take it off the market, we could utilize it for Seminole Nation. Since we're already paying $10,000 a month, we should be able to put some of our offices in there, and we can actually make the property work for us and pay for itself. I think if we could get a committee together to find all the possibilities, because right now it's just sitting there and we're paying $10,000, but there are possibilities with having a cultural center or something there to represent our Seminole Nation, because our nation does not have a cultural center like the Choctaws and other huge ones. So I think it would be good to pull it off while we're trying to figure out what to do with it, because it's been sitting on the market for such a long time. It's not going anywhere, and it's just getting dilapidated, so we need to fix it up. We need to make it work for us, pay for itself. And that was just an idea, but I just wanted a status and also wanted to know the payoff, because we have a lot of our tribal members who drive by it every day and say, what's going on with this? Why aren't we using it? I know it's on historical preservation for Oklahoma, but we can always pull it off. We can pull it off, fix it, and then put it, if they don't want to put it back onto the Oklahoma Preservation Historical Society, we can put it on the Seminole Nation's Historical Society, because we are a sovereign nation. And that was what I was wondering, is how much is the payoff? Can we pull it off and then just get a committee together or a work group and figure out what we can do to help us make money from it and help it pay for itself?
That's probably another council meeting for another discussion, but appreciate your words and your comments. Probably about $1.5 million around that figure is what is owed against Grisso at this point. Representative Sampson, and then Representative Yeslis.
Okay, we talked about the real, thank you, Chief. I appreciate you for recognizing me. We talked about the real estate person that's over the Grisso. How many open houses have we done in that?
Ma'am, I'm really not the one to answer. The Grisso was an LLC, so it is really not a tribal program. and there's no money expended, so really I have nothing to do with Grisso except property has the keys. We have handled the insurance claim. Talking about the gazebo, we were working with a restoration company out of Tulsa. Our representative left and went to another company. We have yet to pick up those discussions again, but we had in the past. I think, to my knowledge, I would say probably 3 or 4 times in the past year.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this past year, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There are possibilities of, people that approached us to lease it, but because we're bound by that standing resolution,
Well,
until it sells, I guess you could lease it if the council so desired,
That makes a positive look, because it looks terrible driving by and saying that we own it. We don't look like good stewards, to me.
Well, I think it's conflicting because we have it up for sale and it makes it hard to put money into it. But if the council, wants some money to go back into the upkeep, I don't know really, other than someone being there all the time, I don't know what would help it.
Right, I agree with the chief at this point. I like what she said as well, so that we can make some type of money because $10,000 is like it's been forever, because even when I was sitting on the committees, it was $10,000. So,
yeah, it's the same.
Nothing's changed in the finance part, no more than we still spending $10,000 for what? Okay, I yield the floor.
Okay, Representative Yesleth, and then I see Representative Cootie, and we need to move on, folks. We got a long agenda. And
This
we've got
question is for you, Ms. Terry.
Okay.
So we can reach you by phone or email to set up a tour, or just to go look? I know that's what Representative Cootie was asking, and it was said that you have the keys and you're allowed to.
Yes, yes.
property has it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
But,
Yeah, yes. My direct line is 405-257-7283, and that also, 7283, also rings on my cell phone, so.
Representative Cootie. And then we're moving on to something else besides the Grisso.
At one time, I talked to BIA and asked them if they would be willing to move over there and pay the rent, or help us pay for the rent or whatever. And they were willing to, but they said the only thing they would ask for is like a safe house for their records and stuff like that. And we talked about it, and we thought it was possible and everything. And of course, they have the firemen and all that you have to have a place to be housed and everything. And then the other thing too is that at one time when we had the committee, I talked to them and asked them, where we were and how they were coming along. And they said, oh, we only discuss, Grisso Mansion when it's possible, when it's necessary. They said, so to me it sounded like they weren't interested in finding ways to make that Grisso pay off or whatever. And so that little annex there, that was supposed to be like a little breakfast place. And I understood that there was a grant that was gotten, and I guess they started it, but they didn't finish it. The rest of the money, I don't know where it went. As usual, we always spend money we're not supposed to. So anyway, but that's the last thing I had heard. And so, and I'm like whoever said the statement about getting people in there, helping to pay for that, so that we won't have to put all that money out. So there is a possibility, just have to sit down and think about it. But I just feel like the board that we had in place before wasn't interested enough to take care of it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a rural business development grant that was actually formulated back at that time. And we don't want to keep revisiting what happened on that, but we know that the advancement and development that was stopped, it was stopped in September 2017. So you can look at the dates, see what that aligns with. Let's see. I think we're going to move on from the Grisso. Any other questions for procurement? Representative Yesleth? Okay. Thank you, Terry, for being here.
can I have ICW? ICW?
ICW, Indian Child Welfare. We do have an agenda. There are people, a lot of people here. I'm going to announce, ICW, are you out there? Indian Child Welfare, anyone from that program here? If not, is there someone else? Another program director? I don't see anybody coming forth, ICW.
Okay, I just wanted to remind council that ICW is always in need of foster homes, and that's all I wanted was her to give us an update on how many and to tell us how we can apply and what we can do.
So just wanted to remind everybody about foster homes. She was going to ask the question about how many foster homes have been provided and how many more do we actually need. There's always going to be a need for foster homes. I'll tell you that. I was a foster parent for many, many years. Representative Petit.
Treasurer.
The Treasurer of the Seminole Nation. No, he didn't. Who said that? He's the first one. I will say this. He's the first one there and the last one to leave.
I just wanted to make an announcement. ICW had an emergency. We just got a text, so that's why she's not here.
Oh, ICW? Okay, all right. Representative Yetzler said there was an emergency crisis with the director of Indian Child Welfare, and that's the reason she's not here. I didn't check my phone.
Bill, you might get a chair.
Okay.
No, I mean, a lot's been mentioned today about the treasurer's office. I think I spoke to you a little bit at the lunch about some of my questions I had. Some of it has been somewhat alluded to in talking to the enrollment, what our question was. But on the, and first off, I want to thank you because you've always given us this report on our ARPA funds, but it was every 30 days.
Okay.
I mean, every 90 days.
Yeah.
You know, there's a resolution on the floor today to get that, hopefully within the next 30 days, if it passes. So
Yeah.
we can.
Well, right now, since that was brought up, we're going to start doing that for 30 days. Every month, you'll get a report.
Okay, well, like I said,
Yeah.
I'm just grateful that while it wasn't dictated specifically that you give us that
Right.
in that Title 1, Title 14, Code 1 or Section 1, thank you for having that for us because
Okay.
at least it's kept us somewhat abreast of it. But anyway, I think I kind of spoke to you about, you know, that TR 2129, which what I said was, you know, when I looked at how the balance had receded over the, you know, the last year from back, you know, it kind of made a little money there for a while and then it started to decrease. And looking back on my dates here, it looks like that it had, okay, on, you know, the first of the year, it, you know, it went down about having a balance of 5,092 to 321.80. Then in March, your report shows that it decreased again, 969,068.80. And I think I'd ask you, one of my questions was, since it's a $2,000 was granted to each person if they applied for it, it was that odd number that kind of had me curious as to what it was. And I think we had kind of spoke about the fact that some of our administrative costs were coming out of it.
Yes.
Okay. And as we discussed that, you know, first off, we didn't pass that government stabilization until sometime in that period, so I can understand why some of it may have come out of that, although it wasn't explicit in the resolution that you could do that. But now I understand what it is. Now my concern is, as it's decreased over the past year, the money's still kind of odd. And under that government stabilization fund, could we have not been taking those administrative costs and you know, petered to Paul and moved them over into that section instead of taking it out of this particular resolution?
Now, repeat your question again.
Okay. What? Okay. Okay. That what I'm saying is, okay, while that fund's decreased each time somebody's made an application of $2,000, the administrative cost, once we pass the government stabilization, the $10 million for the government stabilization, is that not what that was for, was to pay for the administration cost of these programs?
No, what you're talking about is that SLFA, which is the $10,000 appropriation. Now, that's separate in itself. It covers all the expenses and whatnot, so.
Okay, the $10 million.
Yeah.
Which fortunately on this report, you've always provided that on the
Right.
back, and we've been able to keep track of that. But that's what I'm saying. I thought that's what that money was for, that stabilization was to use for administration of these, where we've allocated money.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was the understanding of the council. There would be some expense, and to be able to do the distribution at the time of the passage of the legislation, and that's where the expense came from. And there was a budget that actually went forth for stabilization, and that was also passed by the council. So the answer to that is no, it was not intended for the stabilization.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, but see, we passed that, this 12R21, which is a verbal resolution, the very first thing this council did. And that was before that stabilization money became available or was voted on to be approved later on. And I was trying to look at the date here on my deal here. That was almost 6-8 months later. Any monies spent to administer that program from that time on, would that have not come out of that stabilization money? Because that's what it's.
No, because it wasn't in the stabilization budget when it was presented to the council. One thing that happened, and I think just the way that it unfolded, you know, from the time of the qualifications or the criteria for that particular distribution, it was those that were born on or before that day that are eligible but yet not enrolled. So there was an influx. There was a period of time that people were trying to enroll, but it took them a period of time to get enrolled. So I would say, you know, those distributions wouldn't have went out until that person was actually verified as enrolled with the Seminole Nation. So that in my way of how you was speaking earlier to the measure with enrollment and with the treasurer, that could possibly be part of why it looks like that as well.
Well, I think he addressed that with, in fact, I think that was Representative Watkins at the time had asked somewhat because there was a change in those figures. And that's why I didn't know where that took place, because I think it was said that was the expense to administer the program. And that's what I was saying. These lately, that was my concern was that not the intent of the stabilization program? Because I think finance or whoever it was got up there one day and told us that's what it was for, was to hire temporary people to assist us with those programs.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that. But if you do, you know, we can take a look at the meeting.
Well, and like I said, then the other deal is like I said, you've explained.
Of course, I haven't chaired each meeting either. There's times I hadn't been here, so if something was discussed,
Understandable,
I
but
can't recall it.
Well, that was over in this building over here across the street when that was taking place. But anyway, and like I said, a note here on the back of this last report here back in February 29th, that, and this is a Peter to Paul deal because it's under that same resolution there, the 2222, which is where you now moved the emergency sick leave stabilization and just moved it over into the general administration. $700 and something thousand there. That, I mean, that's understandable there because it's all in the same pot.
Right.
On that money. That's not a problem. But I just wanted to make note that's where that went. But that's why my confusion's always been is have we been taking money that should have been taken out of one fund and administered these costs and left that resolution 2129 alone except for each of the $2,000 distributions. But I understand that until we pass that resolution, the stabilization, that money you could have done what you were doing out of that. Because somebody had to pay the bills to get that administer to our people, postage and everything. But that was my question. Now, another question to you about.
We try to execute it the way the council passes legislation.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're still trying to figure things out here. Okay. They just alluded to the fact that the treasurer knows about this money that was coming out of gaming, 20,000, I think 60,000 a quarter, they said. So $240,000 a year is coming out of that to pay for the Grisso note payment, which I think when I used to keep track of it was like $10,800 a month. And then by the time you had the insurance, property taxes, something like that, I think I used to come up with like $475 a day was what it used to cost the nation to do it. Do you know how much is in that current account that comes out of gaming's net revenue? And I don't know the number of the resolution right offhand. I can look it up, not a problem, because I have it.
Now, I don't have the numbers for you, but I can get it for you and tell you what it is.
Okay. Well, and that's understandable, because what I wanted to know basically is whenever they talk about this lack of maintenance and stuff like that, why weren't we as a nation, and maybe it takes a council approval to tell procurement or property or whatever, you need to fix this up to keep it where it's, a more enticing sale. I mean, that's, maybe we need to go back and visit that, since we're not going to sell it, we're going to keep it. But that's kind of one of the things that I've thought, it's been 4 years now since this thing started on the market, and, it's just.
I recall that legislation. I was assistant chief at the time when Thomas Yahola made the motion to do that. Short time after that resolution took place, that's probably not what happened. $60 a quarter.
Well,
but he can get you the figures.
But yeah, if you can just give me figures on what the balance is.
Okay. So that's not like it was adding up.
Well, it's $20,000 a month and the payment's $10,800.
What I'm saying is people took the liberty to not execute council resolutions.
Well, I mean, that's for whoever those are to answer. Okay. That's not my problem right there. I just want to know how much is in that account, because I've always said that maybe has accumulated enough money that
it would have if it would have been executed.
Sir, will you let me finish speaking?
Yeah, but it would have if it would have been executed.
But I'm saying, if you'll let me finish speaking, I want to make a point here. Had that money been accumulating as it should have been by resolution, I don't care who the administration is, this council passed the resolution to do that. Could it have attained enough of a cash value at this point that it could offset a potential sale? Or, as these people have said, if they want to use it for something else, the people still need to make that decision on whether or not they can sell it and take a loss or whatever they want to do. But it's the people.
I think the original thought, and I'm only going by what I recall when that resolution hit the floor, it was to pay the loan against it and try. Actually, I thought it was to try to keep it going until it was to later on when the measure came to sell it. And then there was another resolution to not let any properties of the nation go in default. When we had that $2 million loan, you remember the council was under the consensus, do not let anything go into default. And we can find those resolutions as well. So
well, I have the resolution at home. I can read it, but I was just always concerned about how much has been accumulated in that.
It'd been nice if it would have. It wasn't accumulating, sir, I'm trying to say.
Well, that's for, if it happened under the previous administration, that's for them to answer to the people. I yield.
Yes, Wayne.
Yeah, let's. Do you have a question for the treasurer, Representative Shaw?
For the treasurer, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Because these figures here, I think that's out of his office.
Do what?
These figures here come out of your office.
Right.
Okay, you've got on the back page of this one, you got the real bright highlighted. And it gives you the balances and all that. Then you go down there under that, those are ARPA, Seminole Nation Emergency Sick Leaves and stuff like this. Then you go down here to TR 2021-29 household assistance, it says there's, $613.40 or 37 cents. And then TR, that was done in 9/21. And then TR 2298, second distribution. That was done on October 15th of 22. We allocated 14 million to it. $11,365 has been spent. That leaves a total of $2,634,800. And then right under that, it's got re-obligated, $6,247,000. Who, or do you know where the re-obligation is?
No, that's the amount that can be re-obligated. That's the balance of the ARPA.
That's the balance.
Yeah.
Well, it just says re-obligated,
Right.
so.
Well, I guess I used the wrong term on that.
Okay, well,
So,
that's
yeah.
what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
And the other, right under that, and still in the gray, is $23 million that's obligated.
Right, those are the funds that are, I guess, appropriated for the different programs that we have. I think there's about maybe 2 that hadn't started yet, or in the process of starting, so.
Yeah. Yeah,
So the 6.2 is what I want to say is left out of this ARPA. So that's, the chief is referring to the balance that he may have a public meeting. That would probably, that's about, I guess, close to the figures that y'all will be discussing, which needs to be spent or obligated.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out what it said, re-obligated.
Yeah.
And I've been on council long enough now that I don't remember, and maybe I'm getting old, but I didn't remember re-obligating any of that money on this council.
Yeah, it was a poor choice of words on my part.
I yield.
Okay, all right. Representative Petit?
Representative Howard, that kind of help explain that. I know that we use several different words for talking these funds. I think the obligation part is when we actually commit to the program. Something that we're planning on a project, perhaps that might be like a contract, we obligated to that, which that has to be done by the consent of the person. We've always allocated. That's we need to get to the word obligated. That's not correct, Attorney General?
Yes.
But,
Yeah, yes.
no.
The word obligate will be used in the form when we sign a contract and actually attach that money to the contract. Is that not correct? Instead of allocating.
No. It's already obligated. It's in the United States portal. We just had a meeting with the U.S. Treasury about 3 or 4 days ago. So it's when it's reported, it's assigned a project number within the U.S. portal. So it's all being reported, on a quarterly basis. So it's considered obligated according to the United States Treasury. But when you're doing, like accounting, like liquidation, obligation, all those different terms that, accountants use, that's where I think sometimes it can maybe, can get confusion. But as far as the U.S. Treasury, yes, those funds have been obligated. Okay, is that all the questions for the treasurer? Is that Representative Fixico? Okay. Okay, no question, other questions for the treasurer? Okay.
Is that it? That's it.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate you being here today. Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up TERO.
Is a representative from TERO here today? Is there a board member, is a representative from TERO here today? The director? Okay, the director's here. Yeah, we're under directors. Yeah. But if she wasn't here, then you would have got behind that mic.
I'm sitting way in the back with the cool kids.
With the cool kids?
Yeah. I'm Megan Beaver, Ocheesy Band member and the new TERO director.
Thank you. This is my first time meeting you. I apologize in advance. I just wanted just a couple of quick questions. I wanted to know how many applications have you received since you've become director, or did old applications carry over, or who are we training?
In regards to contractors, clients, or artists?
All of them.
So
we haven't had a report.
So as far as contractors are concerned, there were just a few that were carried over, but they weren't complete. So I reissued them back to them, and they were part of the 4 that were completed. So I have 4 that were certified recently, and then I have 2 that are pending right now, waiting on my next commissioners meeting. I've got 8 new artists that were certified, with 4 more now that are pending for completion. As far as applications are concerned, so we do the gas vouchers and the clothing vouchers, but so does JPT, and they have more funding. So I try to reroute them through JPT because they'll get more money that way. If they've already utilized that program and cannot use it, then they can come back through my office. Because JPT has a rule where you can only use them twice and you can't use any other program for 6 to 12 months, whereas TERO doesn't have that stipulation. So if they can use them then they can come back and use me later.
Thank you. I have just one concern, one question. It may be not directed to you, but to our Attorney General. I'm waiting to see, did we change our language in our TERO certification process?
As far as I'm concerned, no language has been changed.
Since you've been there or prior to you getting there?
So from my understanding, when I came on, they were in the process of trying to change it, but it has not been changed.
It has not been changed. Okay, that's my question is there a conflict of interest if any one of our general counsel representatives wanted to be certified by TERO?
So that's actually a federal thing. That's an ethics issue because you guys are over and you would be able to appropriate yourself a project through general counsel. So it's more of an ethics thing than it is codes.
Okay, that makes sense. We just never got a response.
Okay.
And so that clarifies my question, because if our general counsel representatives have not taken a tour of TERO or doesn't understand the process, how are we to recruit the right people? Because I get phone calls that I filter all the time, but I take them straight to the chief, and he does a good job of meeting with them, and they have projects that they want to propose, but I don't want to bring those to the tribe, and it looks like I'm
funneling,
doing something inappropriate.
Correct.
And so that's why I requested the TERO training and met all the qualifications, but I hadn't heard back.
So I'm still receiving training myself through EEOC. Coming in, it's been a lot of revamping and rehabbing the department. Now that I've got all the applications redone and online, so that way it's easier for our tribal members and associates to reach and to get on there, and then should they have questions, then my contact information is there. So now my focus is outreach, which is where we've got so many more certifications and pending certifications lately.
So how do you train us to help you with the outreach?
So the training that I've got so far has been just email. They send me a PowerPoint, it'll go to a PDF. So if you'd like that, you can email me and I'll just forward it to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Madam.
You're welcome.
What's your email?
It's beaver.m@snn. The whole thing. And it's actually on the TERO website at the bottom. It has our Ring Central line that's on there, which I think we're in the middle of changing those lines, if I'm correct. So my cell number is 405-584-8076.
8076.
Yes, ma'am. You can go.
Oh, I'm sorry. My lands turn around and they're doing the wave. Okay, first I saw Representative Sampson, then I saw Representative Hill at the very back. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Chief, for your recognition. Hi, I'm Leanna.
Hi.
Born Sampson. I wanted to ask you a question. On the ones that are pending and the ones that you already have with the applications, are there mostly Seminoles?
So I've got some new that are Seminole, but majority of them have been just whatever projects we have, and those RFPs go out and they request to be bid. Our procurement has been real great about telling them, hey, you got to be TERO certified, so then they come through. So it's been a lot of interdepartmental communication lately, trying to establish who works with me the most. That's been the big thing since I started, which I haven't even hit my 90 days yet. We've got this much done.
Okay. So you got Seminoles that are signed up and some are pending. So say if you're you don't have anybody that's just not non-tribal people?
So to be TERO certified, you have to be tribal.
Okay.
And it doesn't, like, they're supposed to use TERO certified contractors. And depending on the department, like I know housing has some stipulations where they don't have to use TERO. That would be where they could use the non-tribal, I'm assuming. But as far as being TERO certified, you have to be a tribal member. It doesn't mean Seminole tribal member, you just have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe.
One of the tribes?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think Representative Hill had his hand up.
Ma'am, just a couple of questions, okay? Number one, you indicated travel. There would be any travel, right? You would give like gas vouchers, you know?
So yeah, because the TERO program is a federal program, that could be any tribal member of a federally recognized, outside of Oklahoma, as long as they live within our tribal jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter what employment they're seeking or anything.
So they have to already be employed to qualify. They have to have just received employment or haven't received their first paycheck yet.
Okay, how many gas vouchers have you given out so far since you've been?
Since I've started, less than 20. Because like I said, I tried to put them through the JPT program. I've had some come in and request. I guess, I don't really know how the program ran before. They just come in and ask for a gas voucher, and I've put in stipulations and requirements.
When you say less than 20, how long have you been in this position?
So I didn't start until December 7th. But I didn't really have any applications coming in until January because nobody knew that there was a director in the office.
And then the last question I have is just recently, did you come back from Washington?
I did.
Did you mind telling me what training you went through and all that?
So actually, since that was this week and it's not necessarily part of this quarter, I'll still go ahead and address that. I am also an elected official of the National Johnson O'Malley Association, so this was kind of a 2-for-1 trip for me. As far as the TERO position was concerned, I sat in on EEOC training, or not really training, but we were discussing appropriations on Congress and Senate that they're about to start voting for. So I got to sit with that and meet with senators and congressmen trying to get more money allocated to those programs for the state.
Okay, were you the only employee that went over there? The reason why I'm asking, you indicated JOM, EEOC. Any of those go to the training with you or anything?
So the JOM that I went through has nothing to do with Seminole Nation. I'm on the national board. So I used my contacts through that to be able to sit in on these appointments.
But no other employee from Seminole?
I have no idea. Nobody was in those meetings with me other than myself. We don't have any other departments within EEOC besides my own.
Any other questions for TERO? Representative Thunder.
Yes, Ms. Bieber, I just had a question. When it comes to the artist, what are the eligibility requirements for the application process?
So the application just requires the application, a copy of their tribal enrollment, and then at least 4 to 6 pictures of their artwork. I have a few that have multiple medias that they use, so they sent me 4 to 6 of each media. So all that really does is it gives us a collective. So should, for instance, a department need new media for something that they're putting out, like they're creating a program booklet or something, then they can come through and look at our artists and see who we have. If they need a mural painted on the side of a building, who I have that's done things like that, or done graphic artistry. I did receive a lot that are doing like beadwork and things like that. It would be something that I'm looking to in the future to maybe have us a gift shop or something. I do have them separated right now alphabetically, but as I get more, they'll be separated by media. So we'll know who are our artists that look for work daily, like they're selling beadwork or patchwork or something like that, and then who are more fit to do things like set up graphic images for our website, or to do the mural on the side of a building, or maybe repaint portraits for executive office, things like that nature.
Okay. So with this one is also federally funded, where it's for all tribes,
Yes,
and not just Seminoles.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mado, I appreciate you.
Okay, any other questions for TERO? If there's not any, then we're going to move on. Appreciate you being here, Ms. Beaver. Also, okay, any other directors? There's no further directors to be called. Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this will be brief, but language and culture.
Language. Mr. Fultz, are you still here? I seen him out there earlier. Language. Oh, here he comes, here he comes. He was over at food distribution across the street. No. Oh, was he? You might have to raise that mic, Mr. Fultz.
Stongo, Jimmy Fultz, Jehochef Kudos.
Thank you, Stango and Mado. My question to you is, can you explain the various language training options that we're offering now? Because we have some members that want to get certified in our language, and we also have a need for those who are working with our princesses to train them properly. And I wanted to congratulate you on the welcome that you did. The video is still playing at the Oklahoma State Capitol.
Oh, awesome.
So we are getting great reviews on that collaboration
Good deal.
that you were a part of.
Good deal. Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank you for calling me up, and I appreciate being here. The language program is very busy right now. We're doing a lot of things, and we're not certifying speakers, though. That's something that we don't do.
It's teachers. I think it's teachers.
Yeah, so one of the new programs that we're getting ready to start up is our adult immersion program, and it's going to be like a master apprentice type program, because what we don't really have is teachers to be able to go out to the schools, teachers to teach out in the community that just can teach the language. So we're starting with the pilot. That's going to be about 3 people, and it's going to span over the next 3 years, so we can get them up to being a conversational level speaker. And then at that point, we do have this new curriculum that we're working on, which is the level 1 book, just revamped, so that way they have resources. And then part of the child care sub-grant that is in my report, we're making resources for that, so when these teachers get ready to start teaching, they have resources available for them, so they can teach, wherever they want to.
You said there was a span over 3 years?
Yeah, the program's going to be 3 years, basically 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
But you only have room for 3?
Yeah, for right now we do.
Will they receive something certifying them when they finish?
If they do, it'd be from us.
Okay.
It's not going to be a state certification. It would be from the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma.
Well, thank you. Well, so it would just be something that we give in-house, but will it allow them to go to other language immersion programs, or we've got schools still located in Oklahoma?
Yeah, so some of the things, some of the benefits that they'll get from this program, one, they'll know the language, you know, because they'll be in it 40 hours a week for 3 years.
Yeah.
So the goal is to bring in people, the right people that we can then try to place into a position within the tribe, at a school, something that's in language. And so that's kind of like the end goal. So we've got 3 years to kind of figure out, okay, once you finish this program, let's try to get you somewhere. And so then that way we've got like a language cohort going on. And so then another benefit is the learning style from the program. They'll be able to learn and be teachers as well. And then part of this child care agreement that we have, they're going into the child care centers, doing training with the teachers and the little ones. And so they're just kind of getting engulfed in language for the next 3 years with the hopes of them being able to come out and just be conversational.
So how much is the grant?
So the original grant we got from child care is $800,000.
Okay. So, and do we plan to do the pilot program again, or is this just a one-time thing because of the grant?
So what we're going to try to do is build on it, but we're a little too early since it's a 3-year kind of plan that we have right now. Probably next year start trying to get another grant, so that way we can keep building, because right now we're only a staff of 3, so that we don't want to get all these grants and then not have the manpower to do it. And so just kind of strategically building as we go. But the idea is to keep it going. So then that way we can have a steady flow of teachers coming out, and then hopefully, you know, our language keeps going.
Will these grants allow you to put it online?
So right now, our 4-week language course is online, which is like a very basic beginner's course. Our Child Benuga, or our Muskogee Benuga Child Resources is online. That's some of the stuff that's going to the child care teachers, and anyone can use it. You can go download pictures, and it's in Stajati, download colors, really anything. And then even if the teachers aren't familiar with the language, we have resource like a video that will tell them exactly what that resource is, how to pronounce it in the language, and they have it.
And how to spell it?
How to spell it, what it looks like, how it tastes, how it smells. And if they need more help, then they can holler at us.
Thank you. And my last question is, do you have to have grants to help you expand the radio program?
So that would be communications. Yeah,
Okay.
I just help out there.
That's where I see you, in both places, at the school and there, so.
Yeah, they tell me what to say, so all them jokes are on them. So.
Thank you.
Representative Thunder.
It's Jay, Jeremy.
Hey.
I just had a couple of questions. I know you mentioned that pilot program.
Yeah.
So is there any, like, once you get those 3, you know, out into the field, do you think that maybe possibly with these schools here in Seminole County that maybe we can do something similar to what Creek Nation does with a challenge bowl, or even among our Head Start children, to where they can have some kind of language fair?
Yeah, I mean, really, there's no limits on it. We just got to start somewhere. And I think that start is getting people that know the language into these positions.
Initiative.
Yeah, exactly. Because once if we can keep that pipeline going, then we'll actually have people that can be in the workforce, be speakers, and do these things.
Okay. And then now when we have like our language classes, have you thought about maybe doing like some Zoom courses? Or, because I haven't heard about them, but is that something that y'all would have in mind in the future as well?
Yes, especially when we have the manpower to do it. Because right now, like I said, we're a staff of 3. And so it makes it hard because we're working so many hours on some of the resources that we're doing. You know, we've had a book that we've been working on for seems like the last 8 months, just going through it with a fine-tooth comb, then doing the audios for them and getting all the words. And all that stuff adds up just as far as time goes. But once we're able to get speakers through our program and becoming teachers, that's just going to give us more people to be able to help. So that way they can take them resources that we're building right now and do community classes, can go into the schools and do this, or go, basically whatever they want to and help out in the language. So.
Okay, well, that's all I have for you, Manu.
Okay.
I see two more hands real quick. We got Representative Emerton and then Shaw and then
Yes,
Sampson,
I was
yeah.
just curious, do you have who are the master speakers that you have, or have you recruited them?
We haven't recruited them yet because we're wanting to work with as many elders as we can and first language speakers as we can. So we don't want to limit it to just one. The way we have it budgeted out is we have it budgeted out per week. And so if we have a speaker, and I told my staff I want to be real cognizant of being able to be flexible with speakers. So that way if they can only come 3 days a week, try to find someone that can only come 2 days a week. And that way we can, fill them in for those weeks. But really we're open, so if any of you guys know speakers that want to help with our program, send them our way. So then that way, the more variety that our people that we have going through this program that they have is going to be better, because Wayne speaks different than Charlie. Charlie speaks different than Lottie, and I think we've seen that even in their classes that they've done, that there's differences in the way they speak. And the more variety that they have is just going to be better. Yeah.
Representative Shaw.
You say you haven't gone into the community for your first language speakers?
Say that one more time.
You haven't gone into the community for your elders, look at them, so see who's who. But the majority of them, we've got 7 speakers. Those of you that don't know, we hold the class every other Tuesday. And it's totally volunteer because we can't accept any money because we're on this council. But there's 7 of us that do that, and what I'm asking, like I said, we all speak a little bit different. Lottie and I speak closer together because she's from the southern part of the county. Although she's eastern, I'm western. We still speak a little bit different. And it's that way across our nation. But have you patterned your program after anybody yet, such as Conwall's got speakers teaching the class. Leander Yellowfish is teaching one, and I think his brother's teaching another class. But we've been going on down there. Joe Coon started it several years ago, and he dropped out because the school lost interest in it. Now I'm from down there, so I'm also trying to help them to regain that interest and go forward. But what have y'all thought about in the rest of the school? I know at one time Saco had Rick Harjo who taught it, and he's from right over here, and he spoke completely different than I do. But we got to. And then the other question: who is going to certify who can teach it and who is speaking it correctly? Because you're saying certification. The state of Oklahoma wants you to follow this rule and that's it. Are y'all gonna set it up where, like right now, this group I'm talking about, we speak over here about different things, we change. And we don't have any regular set curriculum, but we're trying to teach, how would you say, to speak every day, just what would you call that?
Conversational.
Yeah, conversational. That's what we're trying to teach them. We're not no tests, no none of this. And I got to compliment the people of Seminole Nation because we have had a great turnout, and they still staying there. We've not only got this group here that come sit fellowship talk, but we also are online. So, you know, those are some of the things that we're looking at that, well, no test. How are you gonna certify who speaks the language fluently?
We're not. If they go through our program, they're going to be speakers. You know, they're going to be again, second language speakers. From here on out until we can actually get babies that learn from the beginning. Y'all's are only first language speakers we have left. And there won't be any more until we start teaching them little ones. And so our second language learners and our second language speakers will be doing the conversational learning with you guys, with first language speakers and other members of the community, so that way they can learn how to talk. I don't care about tests. I want to make speakers. And I just want someone to be able to talk to. It's about the language. The language doesn't need us. We need the language. You know, and so when we get older, I want my little one to be able to speak the language. I'm talking to my little one right now, you know, asking her, pass me the napkins, open the door for us in the language, so that way she knows how to say, okay, or no, or I need to do this. You know, and that's what it's about, is these ones, the little ones, so that way they can learn to speak the language. Now, when the state gets involved with our business, that's when we'll tackle that.
Well, the other thing we're looking at is that's why this class that we're teaching evolved, because of those little ones. You teach them at your school. What household do they go to that speaks dominantly Native American, or at least conversational? There are none. You go to...
Yeah, these are good points, but we need to
go to Lewis. I can go to Lewis's house and speak in Indian, or his kids come home from your language class, and he speaks predominantly English. So we're trying to teach it conversationally to bridge that gap. That's the whole purpose. So we need to sit down and really talk it out. I mean, we're not asking for no money or grants or anything, but you know, we need to set. I'm not going to say curriculum, because we're liable to say anything in there. Yeah.
But we do have curriculums coming out for our teachers, so that way they have a guide. Now, if those teachers want to go by that, they can, but the goal is, if they're a teacher and they've been through the program that we're doing, this Master Apprentice program and this teacher certification type program, then they'll have the skills then to be able to teach a format of circling and be able to get everyone involved in speaking, and it's more interactive than just saying aisle, lumhi, jati, petki, just going down the list. It's more interactive, and so I think it'll be better, and I think it will do what you're wanting it to do. And if not, let's get together. Let's talk about it.
That's what I'm saying. We need to get together. And so we can do one accord.
All right, thank you, Representative Shaw. I seen Representative Sampson. Did you still have a question?
Yeah, just one question. Now, I just want to say thank you for all that you do, and I'm still waiting on my books.
I got some with me.
Okay, we really need to move on. We're beyond our 15, and we still only have about an hour and 15 minutes before we're going to have to, we got to get through the rest of this agenda. If there's anything real short and specific, seeing Representative Cootie, and then we'll finish with Representative Pittman.
Jeremy, one of the things that our problem is right now, from what I see, like Wayne said, you have to be able to speak it, to practice it. And if you don't, you forget. And that's the only thing I knew when I started school was our language. But now, I didn't speak it for a long time when I was in Florida, although they spoke the language, it was an everyday conversation. So I kind of forgot some of the words. So these children that are learning the language, they have to be able to talk to someone every day and practice, like at the table, make sure that you're asking to pass the salt or whatever. That's got to be practiced right then and there and everything. And then the younger generation that I talk to, it's not, the word isn't complete. They kind of shorten it. Like, So that's the other thing too, the pronunciation is not all there.
These are great comments,
So
but
it makes a difference, you know, so those are the kind of thing you have to look at, so that's what I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
thank you. Last one, Representative Pittman, and then we need to move on from directors.
She also had her hand up.
Okay.
But my question is, because we have Western and Eastern and this new curriculum, what will the language be called?
Oh, still
It's gonna be
Muskogee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
Or
know if it was
Seminole,
gonna be
yeah.
Seminole
Again,
or
it-
Miccosukee, or what, when we're done with this, what would these pilot program say that the language is?
Oh, Muskogee or Seminole. I mean, it really depends on what, if someone's trying to fulfill a requirement, they need to teach Seminole, they speak Seminole. If they need the Muskogee, which is the language part of it, then yeah, it'll be Muskogee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fultz, for being here today.
All right.
And, we're still under new business. We do have people that's traveled a long way on some of the other items on the agenda, and they're still hanging with us. Are you ready to move on from the directors? Okay, well, good. That's a good thing. Let's see. Okay, well, thank you, Representative Petit.
I've just got one request. I'd like to ask the AG a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you, directors, for hanging with us. We're going to continue on with the agenda. Representative Petit has a question for the Attorney General. Go right ahead, Mr. Petit. Go ahead, address your...
Oh, okay. Actually, I'm probably going to just ask you to be acting like a dictionary. Would you please give the definition of the term implement?
Implement?
Yes.
Put in-
It's in a lot of these resolutions, and I
Put
just
in
like
place,
to put in place.
start, put in place, get going, take all necessary actions to start is what Mr. Brown added.
Okay. I didn't want to ask you as a noun because we all know what it is as a noun, so. Anyway, and then the other question I had was, well, to put into, let me look, I've got to find my piece of paper here, it has it on. I can just put it up. Well, it won't. Well, where'd it go? I think I can ask you that other one. The implement was in a lot of these resolutions.
Okay.
And that's was, like I said, one of the questions I had with that was because I'm not sure everybody understood what that meant whenever we passed these resolutions. Because I think a lot of the questions that people on the council had at the time when these were all getting started was, we wanted to know how much these estimates were going to be and stuff like that of what the repairs or whatever they were going to be doing before they passed them. And then we passed them with the word implement in there. And I thought, kind of like what you said, that just meant to get it started. And I was under this something, this may have just been me, I don't know, that would have been where they would have went forward, got estimates and everything, what it'd be, bring it back to the council for an approval. And that may have just been me that understood it that way, I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And like I said, I can't find well, I wish I could find that. I'd ask you. Let's go ahead and move on. I can
Okay.
April.
Chief told me to sit up front anyway for ordinances, so if you think of it.
Okay.
Can someone be so kind to hand me that microphone right there? Okay, we're still under new business, so we're at TO 224-01, which is Tribal Ordinance 2024-01, introduced by Representative Sampson. TR 2024-01.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending the Court Administration Code of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws at Title 5, Chapter 7, titled Miscellaneous.
Okay, you make a motion to that effect on the tribal ordinance?
Yes, I do.
We have a second? We have a second. I saw Representative Lambert's hand first. Thank you, Representative Conley. So we have a motion and a second. Any questions pertaining to this tribal ordinance 2024-01? I saw the questions being called for, but at the same time, the first hand I saw was Representative Shaw.
Asking about this, it's talking about,
Representatives, please do not talk across the floor.
They were asking because we are over into Creek Nations with our jurisdictional boundaries. We got a court over there. We're housing inmates, and is this the same one where they're going to do the court by what do you call it? Video? Okay. Who will have the jurisdiction, because Creek Nation, they're going to be housed over there, and they're going to have our what do you call it? You got my tongue, girl. I'm gonna tell you, you're not stuff. But who would have jurisdiction over that?
They'll be in tribal courts.
Tribal court?
It'll be in the Seminole Nation tribal courts.
It would be the court?
Yeah, if it's, you know, if it's an issue that's actually being operated by tribal courts, then obviously if it's a video or virtual, then it would be the same way. But you can direct that question from a legal point of view to the Attorney General.
They were asking that who would have jurisdiction, because there would be, like I said, Creek Nation and Seminole Nation, unless we do a MOU or something.
We do have that type of MOU with the Creek Nation for the courthouse. Are you talking about specifically for video conferencing? Because it is a function of the courts, and I think the current MOU covers the whole thing. The 1866 treaty covers that, so I think we're covered with the MOU for the courts.
Well,
is that what you're asking me, or did I miss a mark?
The reason I'm asking, you don't see Pontotoc County using the video out of Oklahoma County taking it out of Seminole County, because of jurisdictional boundaries.
Wayne, I know that Cherokee Nation, for instance, they've got inmates down in Texas. The jurisdiction is established at the time the crime has occurred. So, is it in our reservation? Are you Indian? That's where the jurisdiction comes from. Once they're in our custody, which is what this is going to affect, the jurisdiction's already been established. Jurisdiction is established by the court based off of where the crime occurred and where, whether you're Indian or the victim was Indian.
Well, the reason I'm asking is that they're afraid that we're going to be sued.
Who's afraid we're going to be sued?
Our band, we're talking about it.
Okay, so we have sovereign immunity. Who are we going to get sued by?
County is not on our reservation.
But who are we going to get sued by?
Huh?
Who are we going to be sued by?
The inmate.
The inmate?
Yeah.
And so we still have sovereign immunity. And so unless this council or the federal government says that they can sue us, they can't sue us.
Okay.
The thing that, I think what they're probably getting more towards is filing something called a writ of habeas corpus, where if they want to go to federal court, they can file something called a writ of habeas corpus and say, hey, they're holding me illegally. But then they've got to argue and present a legal argument, support it with evidence, to be able to say, hey, they don't have the authority to hold me. But the thing is that's what, we're establishing all the legal basis to hold them. It's irregardless of where we hold them. I'm trying to think of other examples to help you kind of wrap,
Okay.
trying to think about it.
Okay. The basic question has been answered. We got a motion and a second. And there was a question called, and I gave courtesy to Representative Shaw for his question. So, Secretary, call the roll. This is Tribal Ordinance 2024-01, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending the Court Administrator Code of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws at Title 5, Chapter 7, and the title is miscellaneous. TO 2024-01. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton. Yes. I have 22 yeses, 1 no, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 22 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TO 2024-01 has passed. TO 2024-02, a tribal, Representative Sampson.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Chapter 8, Title 14 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
We have a motion, we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Representative Thunder. Discussion. There's no discussion. This is TO 2024-02, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending Chapter 8, Title 14 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore, Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill, Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton. Yes. I had 17 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstain.
Yes.
With a count of 17 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TO 2024-02 has passed. TO 2024-03, Representative Sampson.
O3.
Yes.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Chapter 2 and 3 of the Title 20 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws.
Okay, is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I heard Representative Harjo. So there's a second. Discussion? No discussion? TO 2024-03. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frink.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill. Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Desiree Emerton. I have 21 yeses, 1 no, 2 abstain.
With a count of 21 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions, I declare TO 2024-03 to have passed. TO 2024-04. Representative
Chair.
Petit.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Chapter 1 of Title 14 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. But before I ask for a motion, I've noticed that in some of my band is where Section 3 of this bill is presented, it says to amend Title 8. That error needs to be corrected on that. And then the language on what we wanted on Section 104E to change is not what we've been requesting. And can I make that change now, what that language we would like to have read into that?
You can request that, you can ask for amendment and get a second. We try not to do that on tribal ordinances, but, coming from the floor. But what is that amendment?
Okay. To furnish a monthly written report to the general counsel and band chief chairs, which shall be emailed. The report should include all receipts and disbursements of the ARPA funds during the previous month, as well as reporting cumulative receipts and disbursements for the fiscal year. Also to be included is the cash balance on hand in the banks/financial institutions which hold the nation's ARPA funds.
Okay, what was the part that was stricken?
And may I give this to the I'll make a motion and ask for a second. Second. Yeah.
Michelle seconded it.
Chair, the language in the resolution, in the code, does not list the ARPA funds, and that's what we were wanting addition added into it because the language in it did not read ARPA funds.
We might, it'll be around till 26. So when the time comes to take it out. Yeah.
Right, so is this going to be the entire 104E now?
Okay.
Supplement to that underline this addition to it, and then ARPA bill, it's still going to give you a report. Okay. This guy said we just want that, he's like, 6, 8, 9,
Is that the only change? Yeah. You're including in-band chiefs?
band chief's chairs. And for it to be emailed so they can get it faster.
We will need to be able to, if we don't already have, Council Secretary, all the contact information, if this was to pass, of the band chief's chairs, if this was to pass. Okay, basically, he's adding in, band chiefs and ARPA, okay, into the language, ARPA language of reporting. Is that how you understand it, Representative Shaw?
Representative Shaw.
Representative Shaw, is that how you understand it? He's adding it to be emailed to band chiefs and then to specifically place ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds? Okay. Band chief chairs.
Chair, I believe that's the way I have that written down.
Representative Pete also, it wasn't set across the floor, but he also wanted to place the expiration date of this addition to code to December 31st of 2026. So once that reporting stops, and I probably would just handle it, let the council handle it when the time comes to expire reporting, okay? Because it's very possible, even though you have everything obligated and placed in the cash to implement, to complete, what you will have is continual reporting to the U.S. Treasury, for a while after that. So let the council, whoever they are at that time, take care of it, okay? That way we won't put an expiration date on it. Okay, does everyone understand the clarification? You're adding the language of it's going to be emailed to the band chief chair. Is that the band chief's chair of the organization, the band chiefs, or to every band chief?
I would request each band chief or each chair because those people change also during some.
And unless the bands inform us, we won't know that. So make sure if you have changes that you get that to us as those changes occur. Okay, so it includes the band chief's chair of each band, ARPA funds specifically, every month, and And pretty much that's it. Everyone understand those amendments? Okay. So this is that resolution, ordinance, ordinance TO 2024-04, a tribal ordinance in Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending Chapter 1 of Title 14 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. All those amendments that was mentioned by Representative Petit and then clarified by the chair, and then those corrections on the actual, what was it? You said Title 8? It should be Title 14. With that correction, okay? I'm just noting it, that everybody knows that this is what it is. So there's a motion and a second with those amendments. That's what we're voting on. There's no objection to those amendments. It's been accepted. Yes, they did. He did. Okay, that's where we're at. Everyone understand what you're voting on? Okay, Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Sina Yeslith,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
No.
David Frink,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton. I have 21 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 21 yes, 5 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TO 2024-04 with amendments has passed. Okay,
I need to do a correction. It's 21, 4, and 0.
okay, there's a correction on the count. It is 21, 4,
Is 0.
and 0 abstentions. 21 yeas, 4 noes, and 0 abstentions. I had a request and asked that the council consider it to go out of the order of the present agenda. There is an individual here that's part of one of the business proposals of SINDOC, and they're still here, but of course this has been a long meeting today. Is it possible to go out of the order of the agenda to address that one resolution? And that was 2000, TR 2000, what was that again? 07? 7? Okay, yeah, TR 2024-07. Is there any objections to going out of the order of the agenda to address that while the business folks that pertains to are still here? There's no...
They picked that the lady, what's the deal?
Yeah, it's nearly 4:30 in the afternoon, and probably no one thought the meeting would go this long. It's a request. Are you objecting to it? You object, so it goes to a form of a vote.
Oh, no, I mean, I just object, I mean,
Okay, all right. There's no objections to go out of the order of the agenda to address that. It's very possible other people got schedules. We all do, obviously. But we appreciate the council for allowing this. So we're on 2024, TR 2024-07, and it's a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce. That's 07. What's-
7 is your budget.
Yes,
And then the rest of them follow.
yes.
Wait, maybe you're right.
Is this the high?
Yeah, this is
This is one of
the grid resilience. Yeah,
This is the grid resilience.
What's the number on it?
07 is grid. 07.
Oh, is it an ordinance?
No, it's a resolution.
Well, mine says something different.
No, it says grid resilient, right there, grid.
Comprehensive budget.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in TR 2024-07.
We have a, Chair and Secretary, we have a short presentation queued up. Is that communications to
Okay,
set it up?
let's
Is
see
it
if we
available?
get a motion on the floor and a second on this. Do I have a motion? Motion by Representative Sampson,
It's petite.
second by
Chair, would
Representative.
you like for me to introduce this and ask for a motion in a second?
Yeah, that's me on petite.
Well, on mine, it doesn't have you on there, but that's fine. It says Sindoc.
Well, the bill
Give
I
me a
received,
current.
I was asked to sponsor it, so.
Okay, give me a current agenda.
No, that's it.
Yeah,
It's,
okay.
it's got Seminole on it, but it's Leon.
Okay, you can sponsor it.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Petit.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for funding received from the Department of Energy to enhance electric grid resilience, incorporation of said budget into the fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion to that effect by Representative Petit. You still second it, Representative Sampson? Okay, it's on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the council, thank you for agreeing to move us up forward. We applied for and received on behalf of the Seminole Nation a grant. It's called the Grid Resiliency Grant. And I'm not equipped to address what are the possibilities of that grant or even answer a lot of questions. So we had contracted with a company to assist and provide technical assistance throughout the duration of this grant. And the head of that company, Mr. Les Whitaker, is here today to kind of provide a short presentation on the grant program and its opportunities. And given the time of day, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Mr. Whitaker and let him introduce himself and move through the presentation.
Thank you very much. Chairman Johnson, members of the council, thank you for having us here today. I'm going to be real quick as we talk about energy. My name is Les Whitaker. My firm is BioSafe. We're a native-owned firm out of Muskogee, and we do energy projects with Native American tribes throughout Oklahoma and several other states. We've worked with Chairman Harjo and his team at Sindoc over the last year to start positioning the Seminole Nation to express their sovereignty fully in the area of energy independence. And we've developed a pathway towards energy sovereignty that, number one, you begin with where you're at now and become as efficient as you can. Number two, you start using the tribal utility authority in ways that benefit the tribe by creating revenue streams that profit the tribe. And number three, we're going to work long-term towards renewables in solar, maybe wind, maybe geothermal, maybe hydrogen. These projects are even under discussion today for the future benefit of the tribe. Before we start those solar and other renewable generations, we need to do the first two steps, and that's what we're getting started on with this new grid resilience grant. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Go to the next slide, please.
So the first step, we've been working with Sindoc to obtain what's called a Department of Energy Grid Resilience Formula Grant. And we have been awarded that grant. And the purpose of the money is to strengthen the existing grid. This particular grant money cannot be used for solar or any other type of electricity generation. It's to prepare the infrastructure for those future projects. One of the projects we're talking about using this grant money for is a microgrid with master meter project, and also energy optimization project. So these are just the beginning steps toward the Seminole Nation's long-term energy sovereignty. Everybody with us? This is just the beginning steps. And the federal government is giving us grant money to take these first steps. Okay, next slide, please. The way most tribes work right now is they generate a lot of revenue through tribal entities and members of the tribe. And then when they spend the money, let's say when you pay your electric bill, you send that money out of the tribe to a utility that you don't have any control over. And you do that when you're paying your internet bill. You're doing that with a lot of other services. So what our firm focuses on doing is helping the tribe set up entities where you create revenue staying within the tribal ecosystem. That's the long-term goal for energy sovereignty. It's where you're controlling and selling electricity to your tribal members and non-members and creating that revenue for the tribe and your future generations. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this shows we want to position ourselves where the Seminole Nation creates assets that generate revenue, and as we generate power through the renewable sources, we're going to also have the infrastructure to transmit, store, and control, and then distribute those energy sources to the Seminole tribal complex and properties owned by the tribe, and also the members' homes themselves. So is there any other questions today? The reason we're on the agenda is the tribe has been awarded this DOE grant to start taking these first steps, and we're here to let you know we are getting underway for a powerful energy future for the Seminole Nation. Any questions, comments, or Chairman Harjo, would you like to add anything to the conversation? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Harjo. What's the time frame? What's your timeline for taking these next steps? I know the grant will have some
the grant
recommendations.
Okay, that's a really good question, because this first grant, which is called the Grid Resilience Formula Grant, is a 5-year program. We have been awarded the first 2 years, and then for year 3, year 4, and year 5, those will come in annual payments, okay? And so we're ready to start doing a project or projects with the first 2 years' money, which is sitting there waiting on us to make good use of right now. So we're going to develop the specifics of a project in conjunction with our team at SINDOC. And so this is over the next 5 years, we'll be doing this grid resilience grant. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, what little I understand, where is this going to be located at? you have to have property to put this facility or whatever it is?
What we'll do on step one is we will use existing facilities. We don't need any new land. We aren't going to be constructing any buildings or anything like that. We're going to be optimizing the existing infrastructure that you already have. We're going to be making it as efficient as it possibly can. It's going to save y'all money that you're already spending on your electric bill.
So you're just going to build up on what we have?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
it?
That's
You
correct.
don't have to have any kind of water or anything to operate?
That is correct.
Okay, so, okay.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
In that last arrow, it has distributed to Seminole properties and members. Now, is there a limit as to the mileage? Is it just surrounding areas? What is it? I mean, if I live...
This is referring to people and properties within the reservation of the Seminole Nation.
Okay, that's what
Thank you. Yes, sir.
It's 293,858. Divide that by 5, and that's what we get per year when you spend.
That $293,858 is the total of the first 2 years added together. So for each year would roughly be half of that amount, okay? But they don't publish what the amounts are going to be for each of the next 3 years. It could be different each year, okay? It's not a guaranteed total. Yes, ma'am.
Is this a residual? So when it's distributed to the properties, if that property no longer exists in 5 years, can we send it to a different property?
Yes.
Are the payments to those members, if someone dies and someone's born?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it recycled?
Yeah, and this is just a general diagram saying in the future, our goal to create energy sovereignty for the tribe is to be able to create that distributed energy to create revenue coming back into the tribal utility authority. We want y'all to keep all your dollars within the tribe as much as we can.
Is this going to provide infrastructure for renewable energy?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go. Not the
Well-
first 2 years.
What this grid resilience grant can be used for is to help strengthen the grid to get ready for renewable projects in the future.
Okay.
Yes.
This grant cannot be used to construct.
Right.
It can't be used to construct solar or renewables.
But we can utilize it.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we got a plan to do renewables. This is getting ready for that.
Getting ready for it. Okay.
Someone else have one? Yes, sir. Okay.
Said something, we can't use it to put in some solar panels, we're using it to strengthen the grid. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
How do we strengthen the grid?
Strengthen the grid means for all the transmission lines and the parts of the electrical infrastructure to become stronger against blackouts and brownouts and any interruption in the supply of power. We want to, as much as we can, guarantee continued electrical service throughout the tribal complex. So whenever we start generating our own electricity through solar and some of the other renewable means, that we have a consistent, even flow of the electricity to the customers. Yes, sir.
When you say transmission, I think of 345, 138, 69 kV. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
sir.
Around.
We're not going to change those lines right now at all.
You don't have those lines. Okay. We don't have any transmission lines running through the property that's proposed, I don't believe.
No.
So how are we going to strengthen something if we don't have that?
We're going to strengthen what we have.
We don't
Okay?
have anything.
Y'all got electricity coming in all these buildings here.
Distribution lines, but not transmission.
Yeah, distribution lines. We're going to strengthen distribution line too, also.
Sir.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
This is for Chairman Harjo. Does the Seminole Nation own any reservoirs for gas?
Any what?
Do we own any reservoirs, any underground capacity to hold natural gas?
I don't think so, because when you're talking about capacity to hold natural gas, you're now moving into probably mineral rights and capacity thereof, and I'm not educated on that at all, since the mineral rights were distributed. To the extent, what little I know really has more to do with water, and that has to do, and that's based on the surface area that you own under the way Oklahoma does it. That's what we'd be bound by. But as far as reservoirs, deep, I'm sure there's opportunity for that,
Okay.
but I can't speak to that at all.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Representative Cuddy?
Is there, like, I know with any project that is started or when it's started, there's always a environmental and feasibility study. Does that have anything to do with
Well, any project that you do, you're going to have to do, it's prudent to do environmental impact assessment to determine that, make sure you're not contributing more damage to the environment than you're trying to solve. And from the standpoint of this particular grant, this is, as Mr. Whitaker indicated, a grid resilience grant. It's designed to move overhead lines underground, anything you can do to kind of protect yourself against outages. On tribal property, where we'll have to start is, this is a limited amount of dollars. We've got to start somewhere. So we're looking at, from what we would recommend is we start with Miccosukee and the complex and try to bring those areas into, here at Miccosukee, we're recommending a microgrid, which is a mini version of what you see there, where the tribe would control production of energy, the distribution of that energy, because transmission would not be a major requirement, and then also the distribution, and that would be handled by at least two different entities, probably at the Seminole Nation. So whatever we could do it, we woke it the same way. We deal with all of our major tribal land sites first. There's quite a bit of discussion that would have to be had between us and the state of Oklahoma because the transmission lines are regulated by the state. So for us to be able to deliver power to any tribal member whose household was in Seminole Nation, that's probably a discussion that's maybe undergoing. I'm not aware of it. And then the last phase would be, can we then just sell power to any household, tribal member household, regardless of where they might be? Again, those are items that are beyond the discussion today. The purpose of this grant and the budget we're asking you to approve, it's a one-line budget that's designed to cover the price, opportunity to engage in the projects. Right now, we're anticipating most of those to be contracted services. That might change when we actually know the scope of individual projects that we might have to pursue here. So, it's going to depend on the project. It will depend on the project. And I can't, for contractual service to assess, probably not. To anything that would involve a change, change in physical infrastructure, it might require an environmental assessment. There's a process you have to go through to make that determination normally. So.
Okay, I have a comment for you and then I have a question for you. So, no, you first. So it would be helpful moving forward in the future. While I thank you for coming, it would also be beneficial to have that gentleman or anything you present at the band chiefs so that they could be asking these questions that we're probably asking, and to take that back to the bands. That's just a comment. And then, sir, for you, how many tribes have you worked with on this and were successful in implementing?
My firm has a contract with 11 different tribes here in the state of Oklahoma on this grid resilience grant.
Okay.
And y'all are at the front end of what's going on, as well as the Thopalacos, yes.
Pero, thank you.
Thank you.
You presented this at Band Chiefs meeting, didn't you? Chief Harjo?
Pardon?
You presented it at Band Chiefs meeting.
We were at Band Chiefs. He was not. I was there, but.
I think it'd be beneficial for whoever the presenter is, for the company you're bringing in, to also be available.
You know, depending on what we're trying to accomplish, I think that could be wise. Otherwise, there's an expense associated with that we may not be able to bear. So that's not always a possibility. Where it's possible and necessary, you know, we'll try to accommodate that, but it may not always be easy to do when you're dealing with outside. Okay.
Okay, if we can,
Representative Everett.
Yes, I don't live on the reservation, but, so how I understand it is you're going to strengthen the grid, but the Seminole Nation does not own the grid.
Correct.
And so you're going to strengthen something that's not owned by the Seminole Nation in anticipation for future use? Is that what?
Yes, and going along with what Chairman Harjo said, we will have the specifics of projects in the near future, but we're not going to be describing those today. We're still collecting data, and we're determining what the priorities of using the grant money is for. So if I may, we could save the specific ways we're going to do that for a future discussion. Is that okay?
Well, it's just, to me, it doesn't make sense for us not to own it or own part of what you're going to upgrade, and then it'd be up in the air of possibilities because things don't always come as we plan.
You are thinking the same way we are. We want y'all owning as much as can be owned, but this small amount of grant money is just the first step towards improving those things, which we hope to be owning in the future. Okay?
So you want us to invest or have this money invested in our tribal name for something that may or may not happen?
I'll give you an example. We are recommending a digital platform which will help you automate and control and become efficient in all of your existing facilities which you own, and you will own that software platform. And it will also allow you to interface any future solar production into the same platform. It's sort of like a digital backbone that will let you manage and control your existing energy and all future energy systems, all on a state-of-the-art platform that you will own. Okay? Does that help you?
It helps in a way. So I understand as far as like our buildings and like you said, the mission. If we upgrade and invest in this, but well, my concern is that, you know, right now we don't have, you know, the electrical grid or all that. And I understand setting some things up, but I feel really leery about investing in something we may never have a part of, because, you know, I understand for our buildings,
Yes.
doing that part.
Yes.
But for a grid right now, for us to stretch out and do that to me, that doesn't make sense. Under doing just part of it and doing like the like you said, putting it underground for solar in the future, I understand that.
Let me tell you one way we can do this. Right now, each of these buildings has an electric meter on the back of it. And each of those buildings is paying retail for the electricity. What we would propose is put all of these buildings here on a loop with one master meter, and then you're able to buy at a bulk or wholesale price instead of buying at retail. So you're going to take control of all the electricity from the master meter and serve all of these buildings, and now you're going to be in control of all the distribution within that micro grid. You own it. You'll either own it or you'll work out an agreement with your local utility on how you can share in the operation of that. So I appreciate, does that help you a little bit?
It does. I understand about the infrastructure. But my concern is right now, we don't own the structures. If we did like all the lines under the ground, like we were talking about, and then
Yes.
we went to solar, then we can maybe completely, detach from something we don't own to solar, wind, or whatever. But to put money into something we don't own, I understand, what we own, I agree with that. But to put money to something we don't own right now and may never own, that's where I have a little bit of contention.
Okay, I appreciate that. Stephanie?
I think the terminology of beneficiary is a good term to use. Is there really a true beneficiary within this presented to the council? Do you benefit from big agriculture when you eat the foods you eat? Well, yeah, but you don't own it, but you're benefiting from it. If you're eating good, healthy food, you don't own those farms that produce all that good, healthy food. But I think beneficiary is a good term to possibly look at. We do that in a lot of areas in grants, but I'm trying to get it where people would understand.
That's correct.
One of the things that I was going to mention is to help understand that this is federal funds. They did give this to us for planning and implementing. So one of the things that you can understand is that this is going to get us set up to do that. So a lot of tribes, what they're doing are they're building their microgrids, and they're buying the services from that they're using. And then what they're doing with the energy that they produce, they're using it within so they're only buying what they need what they're not producing. So it reduces their cost overall. And then what they produce that they don't use, like let's just say we had a solar farm out here, and whatever they produce that they weren't using, they're selling it back to the grid. So it reduces their overall cost throughout the time, as well as making them resilient to power outages and failures because they have that. But then what the grant that they're under, that he's working on right now, is doing is it's allowing us the opportunity to set up the infrastructure that we need to do that. And it's allowing us the opportunity to be able to buy and sell from the utility companies. And it's already happening across the nation, not with just tribes, but communities as well. And so I think it's a very good opportunity for us. And I think that if we don't do it now, we're going to lose the opportunity to get involved, and we're going to lose the federal funding, because right now there's a big door open for that, and we want to make sure that we hop in there.
Yeah, and this is just the first step, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said we're going to be working on all the money. That's going to take care of everything. There won't be any time that we have to put monies out.
Correct. That's correct. This particular grant requires a contribution, an in-kind contribution, and we will work with the tribe to provide that on your behalf, okay? Yes, sir.
Okay, I was looking at your site. I've seen what it looks good as what you can do. As a matter of principle, give us a little history of your company and what you have done.
Thank you very much. Our company is based in Muskogee. We have been in business for 3 years now, working with a mission to help tribes increase their energy sovereignty. And that is our mission, and I'm in agreement with what the representative was saying. We want eventually to be able to own all the assets, but we're starting from where we are now, okay? And we will also help you procure more funding in the future to fund other projects as we continue on the goal towards energy sovereignty. Okay, so this is just starting out.
I guess my question is,
What is the status of the projects that you're on right now, and what is your personal what is your experience?
I'm an engineer by training and profession, and the projects that we have going right now include research projects with the Department of Defense to put some of these technologies into military bases. We're doing a joint program with the University of Texas at Austin with some of the same similar technologies we're proposing to the Seminole Nation and other tribes throughout the state. We're working with the Department of Energy on other programs besides just grid resilience. So we're into many parts of clean energy and indoor air quality, and we have cutting-edge technologies for both.
Okay, the council gave a courtesy for this presentation. It's over and exceeded the time limit, and also we have other folks that we jumped this resolution in front of, and they're still out there waiting patiently. So we appreciate you in the gallery that are still waiting on your resolution to be addressed. So we got a motion and a second on the floor, and I'm going to ask the Council Secretary, and this is TR 2024-07, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for funding received from the United States Department of Energy to enhance electric grid resilience, incorporation of said budget into the FY 2024 comprehensive budget, and authorizing the appropriation, which is basically this grant. TR 2024-07. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frink.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 19 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions, I declare that TR 2024-07 has passed. Now we're back to the original order of the agenda. We are back to TR 2024-01. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing the Honorable John T. Hammonds to the Seminole Nation Supreme Court, and we appreciate Mr. Hammonds for hanging with us. He started with us at 10 o'clock this morning, so thank you for your patience as well. So we have a seat open on the Supreme Court of the Seminole Nation.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we got a motion to that effect. We got a second by Representative Borba. Representative McCoy.
Thank you, sir, for hanging out with us all day today. My only question was, as we were talking about this in our band, you are involved in many different tribes and organizations. Do you have the time to commit to Seminole Nation?
Yes, absolutely. So just so everybody knows, I'm public defender for the Ponca tribe. I'm a judge for the absentee Shawnee tribe. I'm a criminal, child support, and guardianship. I'm the prosecutor for Ponca and the prosecutor for the Iowa tribe. I'm also the city prosecutor for the city of Perkins. So please don't speak on Highway 77 or Highway 33 if you want Stillwater or Cushing ever. But with those questions, that sounds like a lot. All those topics are once a month, once a day. Ponca is twice a month. Shawnee is once a month. Poplar, Highway, and Perkins are all once a month. So I have a general civil criminal practice that I do, and I do travel court assessments as a subcontractor for BIA, including appellate assessments. So yes, I absolutely have the time, and I appreciate that question.
Any other questions? Representative Narkemy? Call for question. Okay. Mr. Hammond, thank you. Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Simpson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 7 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 7 no, 0 abstentions, declare 2024-01 to have passed. Mr. Hammonds, congratulations. Representative Yeslith?
Do we need to extend time? We have 5 minutes till 5.
Yes, we will. Yes, once again, Mr. Hammonds, thank you for your longevity for the day. And also, while we're fixing to extend the time, Wilson dominated the #1 team in the state, Calumet, by over 20 points, and that's almost an all-native team. Woo! Wilson of Henrietta. Yes, we do need to extend time to address the rest and remaining of the agenda, so we need that in a form of a motion to extend the time for the council since we're right up there close to 5 o'clock. I need a motion to that effect. Make a motion by Representative Yesleth. I saw Representative Petit's hand to second that. And is that motion until we are finished with the business at hand? And we have 2 others business also measures to take care of. Okay. Though since it's part of us to do the to extend, it must be on record. Secretary?
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert. Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, on the verbal motion to extend the council meeting to address the rest of the business on the agenda past the 5 o'clock hour, it is passed 22, 2, and 0. So we're back to the original agenda, TR 2024-0. 02. That's 02. And this is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Pablo A. Gonzalez to the Gaming Enterprise Board. I entertain a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Representative Fulbright, second.
Second.
Who was the second? Representative Borba. Boswell, if you would, come before the council at this time, if you would, and you can introduce yourself and speak with them. And if they have any questions, you can answer them.
Can you hear me? All right. My name is Pablo Gonzalez.
Mr. G, can I talk to you?
You can, yes.
Mr. G, Gonzalez, whatever. I see you're pretty well versed in law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
About in gaming enterprise, the gaming side, other than how well versed are you with the gaming stuff?
What do you mean gaming? Are you talking about like gaming compliance, or are you talking about gaming operations, or
Anything to do with the gaming?
anything to do with the gaming?
Just gaming enterprise.
Yes, sir.
So what do you know about gaming?
Well, the gaming, I've been in the gaming industry for 14 years, so most of it's been on the floor, starting off as just a security officer on the floor, working my way up to management, where I'm at now for the past 8 years. Have about 39 individuals underneath me and run a budget, two facilities. So the gaming operation, I kind of have a very good verse in it as far as the gaming operations on the floor. Yes, sir. Mm.
Representative Cootie?
You're the manager now of the casino or the security?
I'm the manager over the security department for 2 facilities.
Have you ever actually worked in the casino department? Inside the casino to oversee the employees and the gaming, the casino itself, you know, where the machines are at? Have you ever?
I've started from the floor all the way up to where I'm at
You
now,
worked
my position.
on the floor,
Yes,
working
ma'am.
with the machines?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I've never worked on the gaming machines, but as far as, I've been in security since 2009. And security is the only position that I've held. That's the only thing that I desire to be in, is security. Like I said, I worked from my way up to management.
But only in security?
Only in security, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, call for question. I would say, I don't know if many of y'all know him. How many of y'all know who this gentleman is? He's a very respected person in the Seminole Nation and within our traditional churches as well. Representative Lena, did you have something to, you're just saying you know who he is? Okay. All right. The question has been called for. Thank you, Pazlo. So, Secretary?
Leetta Sampson,
No.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Sina Yeslith,
No.
Lottie Cootie? Marilyn Moore? Henson Lena?
No.
David Brink?
No.
Tiffany Thunder?
No.
Wayne Shaw?
No.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Willis Dethridge?
No.
Desiree Emerton?
No.
I have 8 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 8 yes, 16 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TR 2024-02 has failed. And Oslo, we appreciate you being with us today. I realize it's been a long day for you as well. Thank you. It says it was 8, 16, 0. Okay, we have TR 2024-03. TR 2024-03, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, reappointing Dan Factor to the Seminole Nation Housing Authority Board. Entertain a motion to that effect. Motion by Representative Yeslith. Is there a second? A second by Representative Lambert. Is Mr. Factor still here? He was here earlier. Yes. Yeah. Is there any questions for Dan? Because there's been a motion and a second. There's a microphone right there if they do have any. Is there any questions? Representative Shaw.
I don't have a question for Dan, I have a question for you. Because these are completely out of text. All the resolutions are out of text because they all start today and they all end 4 years from today. We have laws on the books that says they'll be staggered terms, that they're not on our resolutions. They all start 2nd of March 2024, end 2nd of March 2028. So they're totally out of order. I'm going to say that.
We have someone from housing here still. Terry used to work in housing. Can you refresh me on what those staggered dates are? They might be like 3, 4.
Correct, Chief.
Yeah, I know he's correct. I'm just, what are those staggered dates?
What are they?
Yeah, are they 2 years, 4 years?
Terms,
How many?
1 to 3.
1 to 3. Okay. Well, we can place a staggered term into these resolutions. So the ones who sponsored this, are you willing to have a friendly amendment and put 1, 2, 3 on this? Representative Dethridge.
This very first one is not out of order because it's the first one. The other 2 will be out of order if they're staggered terms. So we need to go and vote yea or nay on that factor. Looks like to me.
Representative Petit, no, that's noted. Representative Dethridge, thank you.
Okay, the best I understand it, while you indicate there are staggered terms, his is a reappointment, so your term itself is expired and you need reappointed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other 3 that are on the agenda, one of them is a reappointment also, but the other will be 2 members that are filling unexpired terms, is that correct, Chair? So their dates are the only 2 that really need correction.
Well, there's unexpired terms with all the commissioners. The ones that's before you are 2 reappointments and 2 confirmations.
Okay, but the confirmations is what I'm questioning. If I understand what their question is the other 2 that are to be on, I think it's 05 and 06, they're filling unexpired terms or expired
No,
terms?
expired terms.
Expired terms?
Yes.
So actually, their appointment would be from that date that previous one expired, would it not? And I think what they're trying to get to is that you always have somebody who's rolling off and needs.
Yes, that's the goal and why it's a staggered term. So there will always be somebody with experience remaining on that board, even if a term was to expire.
Okay.
That's correct. And it was brought up at band chiefs meeting as well, and
Yeah.
I spoke with the chairman of band chiefs, so that is correct. They should be staggered.
So when we get to
The-
05 and 06, that, we should know then what their dates and terms will be as they're reappointed. Is that not the way we should?
Well, we can, if the council desires to do that very thing, that'd be appropriate to do that.
Okay.
And I think she's got the actual housing authority policy on her phone.
It's a state commission board.
Well, sure.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Okay, what this says is, and Attorney General, you could look at this. I'd rather it be interpreted from a legal point of view. Yeah, we're going to have to put some years on these appointments, okay?
And that, Mr. Chairman, Chief.
Because the one first, so the way we do the stagger is we have one for 1 year, one for 2 years, and one for 3 years, right? But are these people reappointments? Or
This one here is a reappointment.
do we need to get the stagger back in, or is the stagger going to stay in if we do it the way we're doing it?
Well, the way that housing, the way that was listed on
Yeah.
because I haven't been in housing for 15 years, so I don't know.
So who's the housing director? I mean.
Okay, there's two reappointments and two that will be confirmed, possibly confirmed. We can do the,
Our goal is to keep this staggered. They've always been staggered. So if we do it the way we have it, does it keep the stagger, or do we need to re-stagger it because everybody expires?
I think we need to re-extend for clarity.
Okay, let's re-stagger it then and put somebody in for 1, somebody in for 2, and somebody in for 3. But we have 4 appointments.
Right.
Well, we need to take them down from 4 years to 1 to 3 years. If you give them all 4 years.
We can duplicate, if we have 4 up, we can duplicate the number of years that person has. It's still a staggered term.
It says 3 though, it says 3 years.
It does say 3 years when you're first appointed, I believe.
But for those who are finishing the unexpired term, they only get that unexpired term. They would have to be reappointed after that unexpired term ends.
Yeah, this is a reappointment.
Okay, so does the reappointment say for 4 years? Because that would not be true.
So it's for 3 years.
Okay, it would be for the unexpired term. So if that unexpired term is.
Is that accepted by the council on Dan Factor to do the 3 years? And insert it. And is there a friendly amendment to that effect? And does the original person who made the motion accept that? Is there a friendly amendment to that effect?
Yes.
The ones who originally, and that was over here. Yeah. Yes, and Representative Yettelis and Lambert, y'all accept that friendly amendment to put they're just putting a number of years that he can serve so that we can stagger the remaining. Y'all accept it? Okay, it's been accepted. Representative Lena?
Yes, I make a motion to table it until we correct it and we all.
Not just this morning, we're talking this floor. All of them?
Oh,
Yes, yes, all of them, yes.
There's been a motion to table and a second, and there is no discussion or debate on a table, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the tabled item, and the thought is to table all of them, which means they all remain in the same position until it's addressed at another time. And we do have two of the people that were nominated that's here today, and we thank them for their time. I don't know how this is going to turn out, the motion. There's no debate, there's no discussion on the table.
Did you say to make a question? Say we're having a meeting in April?
Well, when you table an item, it comes back at the next meeting. So there is and I said at the beginning of that we want to try to have one in April, yes. So this is a motion to table, okay? And that's precedent over all the motions at this time. So motion to table the item, and there was a second, and we're at the table, okay? That's what we're voting on. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstain.
19-5 and 0 abstentions. I declare that TR 2024-03 has been tabled, and that includes all the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners on the agenda today. So that means we're going to go down to, but we do thank you for coming. What that means, everybody, is that the commission stays in place until furtherly, till action is taken on it. Okay? All the commission. Okay, what we have right here is 1, 2, 3. We're all the way down to 08, I believe. See what that did? Somebody's speeding this thing up. You didn't know you did you? All right, we're on TR 2024-08. Representative Petit.
Resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma assigning all rights excluding ownership and obligations to approximately 75 acres, which includes land on the northeast side of the Mexican Mission, Tract 1, which is approximately 30 acres, and Tract 2, which is 35 acres, and land bordering the north side of the cul-de-sac in Mission Industrial Tract 3, which is approximately 10 acres, to Seminole Energy LLC for use in relation to the development of operation of a solar hydrogen project. I make a motion, ask for a second.
There's been a motion and a second, and who did the second? Okay. Representative Pittman. So this is TR 2024-07. Any discussion on this? 8, I'm sorry, correction, 08. Okay, I saw Representative Shaw, then Representative Dethridge.
Well, we've designated that property over there a long time ago. I don't think they did it by resolution, but that encompasses the south and east of the ball field down there, and across the pond over there where it was designated as cultural. And so, if they want land there's land back there in this other corner. They can go over there. But I believe that what can be seen, I think it may be an eyesore to see all that out there in front of everybody. Anybody that comes to visit is gonna look at that. So we're really desecrating the property also. And that's trust property. We don't have very much trust property at all. And I asked Mr. Harjo the other night what he would, have they even approached people who have restricted Indian land right around here to do that? They haven't approached anybody, so I think that maybe we need to not give our home away. That's what I call it. This is home for all of us. We don't have no other trust property. So I would strongly encourage to vote no on it.
Okay, apparently it says right here that also, part of it is in that area which you were speaking of, Representative Shaw, by the cul-de-sac, which is that, what we call industrial park over here. You know, over there by, just down the road here. And then part of it was that property that you just spoke about, just on the northeast side of the ball fields there. So that's what it apparently states here. Okay, who else had their, Representative Dethridge?
You said Willis?
Yes, Representative Dethridge.
I spoke with Leon Petit about a concern I had on this particular legislation, and that was they're going to do a solar/hydrogen project, and it's going to be somewhere right over this way, I think.
There's 2 tracts of land that apparently is in here.
I asked Leon Petit if they would be subject to maybe moving that 10 acres because hydrogen, I've checked out hydrogen before, and the reason a lot of people don't use hydrogen is it's too unstable. It makes a nice bomb, but it doesn't make a nice electrical grid. So it's one of those kinds of deals. So I wouldn't want a 10-acre bomb over here. I would rather have it some other place. So that's my concern on this. So if they would be willing to move that 10-acre tract.
It could be possible for consideration. Would y'all please approach the tribal council, please?
Chief, I know the time is short. We'd ask partners of enrollment.
I need to turn that on.
The project under consideration is a
And I'm glad you brought that.
solar farm, which 10 megawatt solar farm, which take about 65 acres for the solar array. And then 10 acres for us to build a hydrogen production plant on that property as well. So the solar farm would feed first into the grid here at Texas, both grid. And the second, we're expecting that based on preliminary analysis to be about 2.5 megawatts of power required. Another 7.5 we would use to produce hydrogen. And hydrogen is a better source of revenue on the open market than is excess power. So it's the direction we're proposing that we go as an elimination. Exact location, if we're going to be part of the microgrid here, it needs to be close. It doesn't necessarily have to be a commission, but it needs to be close. We've looked at all the possible areas around and trying to get close to our 60-acre requirement. That was really about the only place that gave us that option. Now, this north side here of the angle is doable, but that little work probably make it happen on this side. We're open to that. One of the main things that we're kind of coming forward with this is one to introduce you to Seminole Energy, and our partner with Seminole Energy, and kind of give you an idea of what this project could contain. I know you're on extra time. We had a short presentation, and
introducing our partner to be able to do that. Back up a little bit. With the authorities you granted to the Division of Commerce with the creation of FCA about 18 months ago, we looked at our opportunities. One of the things that we saw was green energy, a wide variety of green energy activities. Solar, we kind of picked solar because it's emerging a little bit more, perhaps a little bit better picture than wind, and some of the options we had. There's a significant amount of money being made available to tribes at the present time for investment in the Department of Energy, the real energy, energy, I believe is what it's called. So we want to position ourselves to go after that. We, at the request of the principal chief, he said, I want the Mississippi and complex that would be more resilient, to be able to withstand grid outages and things of that nature. So, looking at how to do that, we decided probably one of the best ways to do this is actually have Mississippi and Wisconsin, primarily Mississippi, be its own microgrid, so that we would have control of the production, transmission subsidies, really that much, and distribution here at Mississippi as a starting point. As Mr. Whitaker indicated, the first step really, if we can do that now with any production, is to, with the tribal utility authority, which you just amended to that electricity, you can actually now go out and purchase power on a wholesale basis and distribute it within this complex under the sovereign authority of the nation. What we would do is we participate in that by actually creating the production capacity. Seminole Energy is a partnership between Lexington and Seabury Incorporated, 51-49% to develop solar-based and any other alternate energy that is appropriate and available, as well as other aspects that might contribute to green energy or green products. One of the things that we're considering in general is recycling. So the materials that are involved in electric production. So I'd like to give Mr. Patrick Seabury, who's the owner of Seabury, Mr. Patrick Seabury, who's the owner of Seabury Incorporated. I don't have time to run his presentation, but he'll give you a little bit of background on himself, as far as their record, and we can move on from there.
Sure. Thanks everyone, council and the leadership here at Seminole for taking time to listen to what we've been working on, and we're very grateful to get your input and information on the property. Really what we're trying to do, when you talk about a microgrid, if I can simplify that, at its final evolution, you are kind of running a wire to all the buildings at Mississippi, and then put the meter on them, and you really are kind of micro-gridding yourselves. So it's a Seminole energy distribution and then production. So that is kind of turning it into your own utility, a microwave, what they call a microgrid. But sometimes you have to go and understand the existing infrastructure before you start to build on top of it. Sort of like you build a house, you make sure that the foundation is firm before you start trying to build walls and things like that. But to begin with the end in mind is sort of the version that I use. And if we have the grid at Miccosukee, then we can set this tribal area up where the power is produced. We use the solar here at Miccosukee, and it's used here at Miccosukee. And if we want it, we produce more, then we have the ability to sell that power out to the grid. There may be a way over time to actually designate some of that power to go to tribal members across the grid at discount or in some way. But those are all kind of futures around the grid, and then that's where it gets convoluted, where the grid that we don't know comes into effect. But the goal kind of is to own the infrastructure here, and we're also looking at Renewable, and produce the power through Seminole Energy, a tribally owned company. So we distribute it to our sites, and we own the production and of the electricity at tribal Seminole Energy. So is that?
I saw Representative Deathridge, then Representative, I'm going to back up. Representative Hill had his hand up prior to Mr. Harjo coming up. So it's going to be Representative Hill, Representative Dethridge, Representative Pittman. Representative Hill? Representative Hill?
Okay, sorry for the interruption, okay, that was very well said planning you had, but this is referred to Leonard, okay? Sir, got a message from one of our tribal members the other night when you were at the band chief meeting on Monday evening, and it indicated, Leonard said there were eagles at the mission, and also checking into it, there are eagles, okay? The location that you have won. If there were, Leonard said there were eagles at the mission, okay. So why is he willingly to cut down trees for his project and ruin their habitat where they live? Because eagles are very sacred to the Native Americans, and we are Native Americans. So that was the message I received concerning
The real discussion actually related to the development of windmills, not solar. And the eagles in question, I'm sure they're range quite a bit, but the question was asked to me if people were interested in windmills. And I said, as part of that, we considered all this as a major opportunity when I was chief. I decided at that time not to pursue windmills because of the danger to the growing eagle population in the Little River area, which is probably where some of the windmills would go. It was not related to the mission. I do not know if there's eagle population actually nesting at the mission. But I do know from the reports that we get periodically that there are nests along the Little River Bond and probably other areas. I don't know whether they're on. So the issue was related to windmills, not solar, and it's related to just the location of windmills in general, not specific to here.
So would you say that electric windmills are more, what you call important than our eagles?
No.
As a Native American? Okay, that's what I'm asking.
I would say, me personally, I would say no, don't do windmills because of the danger to that population. And that's what I said that night. Just don't do that.
And in reality, even in wind, there's been advancements in technology that sends out certain types of vibrations and everything that normally frightens birds away. So there's different advancements in technology in wind than there was several years ago. But that's just a point. Let's see, Representative Dethridge and Representative Pittman.
We're not talking about windmills anyway. We're talking about solar, we're talking about the bomb. I'm just telling you, that's what we're talking about. I don't know how experienced you are, and I'll put one more finger at you. I don't know how experienced you are with hydrogen, but it does create a heck of a bomb. I don't want it here. All I was asking is, can you move that hydrogen bomb someplace else?
Well, I think.
Oh, let me. I've been down the western part of the United States, southern part, solar farms they're not a nice solar. They're pretty beautiful if you're in the electrical business like I was.
Yeah.
I'm saying, hey, that's the way to go. I'm all for solar.
Yeah.
I'm not for a hydrogen generating station because it's too unstable and it's going to be located in an area where it'll kill half the people that are working in this area if it ever went off. That's it. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Sure. No, and yes, to the solar, the goal is that it's a tribally owned and operated solar facility. On the hydrogen, I can only say we work with the Department of Energy. My team consults directly with them on their initiatives around the hydrogen production that's going on. And they've put in place a lot of incentives around it, and some of those are unique to tribes. And the other thing you know about hydrogen is these hydrogen stations for fueling are going to be in all of the areas, high density areas like cities and things like that, where we're going to be doing fueling of potential hydrogen cars if it starts to go that way. But I'm sensitive to that. I mean, we would do this, we designated like 10 acres to put it there, where we would put up tilt-up concrete around the facility and mitigate all of those issues, within the way that hydrogen is produced and then the way that if there ever was something that happened. One of things that happens around that. If any hydrogen escapes, there are mechanisms in the infrastructure to let that just escape out of the atmosphere and not condense in the facility, where it can create a lot of issues. But you know, the thing about it is the companies that we're going to bring to do this, along with DOE and people like that, are very large corporations like Siemens AG. So it's not, when I talk about what we're trying to do, it's always with a very large professional organization that comes in and builds these things to specifications and actually accepts some of the risks of like, yes, we're ensuring that when we build this, it's going to be built to specification, and it's going to be safe to the parameters that were outlined, by the Department of Energy. Still, I mean, hydrogen causes the imagery of the hydrogen bomb. But I can say this, one thing about it, I worked in hydrogen in the Department of Defense. We did small hydrogen canisters 15 years ago. And in the Department of Defense, of course, everyone has to be a 50 caliber. They never can use just an AK or a regular rifle. So we took the canisters filled with hydrogen for special forces to use, and we put them on the firing range. And they shot them with 50 caliber. And all of the colonels and generals were saying, well, how come that didn't explode? That's a hydrogen canister with compressed hydrogen. It has to explode. Well, there was an aggregate that would absorb the hydrogen and hold it kind of in an inert state. And so when you shoot it, you're just shooting through an inert can and nothing happens. But when you put the draw on, then that aggregate would release the hydrogen out of that stable condition to be used. And in this case, special forces use it for heat and different things that they're out in the field on mission. So I can honestly, this is not something I plan to talk about, but I've been involved with hydrogen in a very aggressive way with DOD. I mean, here's the thing about it. We can move some of these places, some of the solar array land a little bit if we want to put it in Miccosukee. It would certainly be sensitive to everything on the production side. We're not here to mandate how that is. This is kind of collaborative. If we use this site, this is what we look to do. So.
Short answer to the question, Will, is yes. The council said this is not the location for it, but it's still something that we're going to consider as part of our economic development plan. Then obviously we would look elsewhere for the obligation for hydrogen.
Okay, thank you.
There's one thing about creating a grid here at Miccosukee, and it may not happen in your lifetime or mine, but there will be a time when the grid in this country goes down, and if we have control where we can have water and we can have energy, we're going to be a stronghold for our people. We don't have a stronghold for our people. When you pertain it to grid, think about Texas and what they never dreamed of a couple of winters ago when that ice storm came through and their grid went down, and they ended up, a lot of people dying from that. One day it will happen on a larger level in the United States, and that's why green energy is being pushed so strengthenedly by the United States in the government, because they know that it will happen. It's just when that will happen, and will we be prepared for it as a nation? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Harjo, you said that we passed a resolution not too long ago to give us the authority to look for green energy. I applaud you for bringing projects back to us. It's not easy to find or to qualify for, but in the event that we do move forward with solar, do we have the authority in that resolution to look for fiber or broadband? What are some of the other green energy initiatives that we're gonna partner with? Because once we get the solar, we can move in other directions.
Broadband are under initiatives right now that are probably in your executive office. Obviously, if they needed us, we could be involved in it, whatever they might have. But to our understanding, those initiatives are being handled under their office.
Have we received the funding, or are we applying for the funding for solar?
For solar, No, we're at the stage of the project where we've kind of put the parameters together. We know what we can do here. We know what we probably would like to present. A critical component of moving forward, seeking financing and independent in mind, is actually knowing where it's going to be located. So the action today is the request is, do you agree with the location? Not necessarily the project itself, but the location. So if the council said, well, this might be an idea, but we don't want it over here, we'd like you to consider it over here, then we can go back and look again, because we've already kind of looked at all, we looked at most different locations that have the 60-acre requirement to Patrick and his team. And said, no, looking at this, no, you can't have frontage, because over here's what recreation and cemeteries, you can't have that. So there really is just that corner, which, so what we understood was that has to be used in my lifetime for anything other than we're doing that. And then this corner over here, which in comparison, I'm not an expert on solar, but the grade is away. The grade is toward the north, not toward the south. If it graded toward the south, it'd probably be excellent. But it grades toward the north. I don't know what that does to the solar production potential when it does that. But I know when you kind of grade down, you get back that corner, the geography is a little bit different. So maybe it may work over there. It may be possible to acquire other properties, or she also, the articles went through restricted properties in the area that might be leasable, that they have houses on them, so I don't know what the options are. We looked at property acquisition primarily, so it's probably on, and we were looking at supporting the, but it can be done from
those things sometimes come together around energy. You're talking about a microgrid that might be literally a trench that's linking all the buildings together. Those are opportunities to put fiber in the ground because the real cost of fiber is trenching. Often we're doing a 75-mile pipeline in Texas, and we're using fiber for 75 miles for running the systems that you have to have, but also potentially future projects.
My next question, Mr. Chairman, is when, and I'm sure we will, do the solar, but will we build it out to where our people have solar on their homes? Because they still need access.
Not on this phase of the project, but from the perspective of income generation, which is a major issue for the nation, what we're asking prices to do, we're talking, we're kind of running development of a parallel phase right now. We'd like to do 100 megawatts solar farm. And that's a 600-acre site. When you get to that level, now you have the opportunity to work with OG&E, whomever, and you've got to do just that. With 10 megawatts, the answer is probably not much impact. The next level we'd like to do is in the 50 to 100 megawatts. When we move to that level, then we're producing enough power to where and we wouldn't probably be that entity.
Okay.
I would say it should be the tribal utility authority. And what we would do is we would sell power to the tribal utility authority, and they would be responsible for distributing it, not only here with the tribal properties, but the members. And that would be how I would do it. And since I think you just expanded the authorities of the utility authority, that's who I would say should be responsible for that stage, because they would be responsible for distribution. That's the way they measure it. And they would have capacity.
I would say one last thing on the hydrogen. One of the reasons that we put in hydrogen is it's supposed to be as much as 30% of the world's power source by 2050. And there's a lot of focus on that. The leading producer of hydrogen today is China. So the U.S., we're trying to catch up into this world as people move to clean energy. Even in the small projects, they're harder because you don't have the scale of the amount of production. But we were looking to do something that Seminole people could see. So that was one of the reasons that we kind of tried to do something that was daily local. So we wanted to be able to say, look, Seminole Energy is doing a project here. It's happening. The other projects are looking at would be a larger scale. But remember,
for every kilogram of hydrogen we sell, that money's coming back to tribally owned companies. So, hopefully we'll have an issue of what are we going to do with this revenue that's coming into Seminole Energy, that's tribally owned company. So,
Can we separate the projects? Can we have solar here and hydrogen back in the corner where solar doesn't work?
we can do that, yes. We can separate it.
I think the issue with hydrogen is that there's been so many comments made that, they just don't feel safe with it. So until you can answer that with some kind of surety, it's not probably going to go anywhere, as I can see it. Okay, I'm going to go this way. Representative Petit, Representative Shaw, Representative Narkemy, and then go back over here to Representative Chupko, in that order.
I think one of the things, since they talked about, resident districts concerned about the locations and stuff like that, would it not be better to go ahead and make a tag list and have them come back with a better plan of where those facilities would be and stuff, or do we just need to amend this resolution?
It all depends on, I know there's been some great concern here about hydrogen, and it sounds like to me that that's not acceptable because of the possible risk. But, technologies might have advanced enough to lower those types of risks. But we know that in Indian country, anywhere that there can be some contamination in the area of environmentals, Indian countries, strays away from that. That particular area. But we got 1,300 acres. It's not 900. It's 1,300 south of here. And it's just down the road. And does it have to be in trust and restricted status? It sounds like that's what y'all's desiring, but we are now within the exterior boundaries of a reservation now, as a lot of people don't totally understand what that actually truly means. But there's a little bit more flexibility what you can do with the reservation established, never been disestablished that we have as a nation. Okay, Representative Petit, are you thinking about doing that? I don't know if they have a timeline or what.
I just want to understand, with his concern about that particular project being on this property, do we need to either amend this resolution or table it and have them come back with an whole new?
I think the proper question is if they strike hydrogen out of this particular resolution till later, or maybe it can be a better presentation, or hydrogen's totally out of this question. That's what we got to establish. So if hydrogen's struck out, possibly, solar and other, is that the direction willing to do?
Who made the motion?
Oh, yeah, you sponsored it.
Well, can I ask for an amendment of my own resolution? Well, we've talked about this so long, that's the only.
Can I make a recommendation on that, given the discussion? What I've heard from the discussion is there's concern about the location of the solar farm. Is that not correct?
No, it's hydrogen.
Well, I actually heard my first comment had to do with the acreage for the solar farm, which is the 65 acres in that part. So there is a concern, at least on Port Council, about the location of the solar farm. Is that a correct statement?
No.
No.
We don't have it.
Wayne didn't like it. Mr. Shaw didn't like it. He said it was an eyesore.
But the reason I'm asking the question is, part of the solution to the issue is, if there's a concern about the location, then I would recommend that you withdraw the resolution and come back with a different one. If there's not a concern with the location of the solar farm, then the chief's recommendation, which is simply eliminate any reference to hydrogen, would be accepted for today's action. So, that's kind of how I would approach it. Okay.
I think Wayne was next, and then we had Representative Narkemy, and then back to Representative Chupko. Representative Shaw?
All I talked about was, I didn't talk about, I said that I felt that would be wrong to put it on our properties over here, because I did not say we can't, I just said, to me it's an eyesore. But the thing we're looking at too, y'all got off now and from electrical energy, electrical grid, you've got into hydrogen. Okay, we do not, at this mission ground, we have the source, we have water, but we don't have the wells, we don't have the infrastructure to set up to do hydrogen. Bottom line. So we need to consider that, those kind of things. We don't just look at something for face value. Oh, it sounds good, Leonard brought it, he's my buddy, you know, things like this. We're supposed to be looking out for the nation. So if we're gonna look out for the nation, we need to study it in depth rather than just say, okay. So that's what I'm talking about. We do not even have the infrastructure out here to keep water flowing to these entities we've got out here right now. So what are we going to do for water if y'all should decide to go hydrogen? And I agree with Willis. To me, I feel like it's unstable, but beyond that, we don't have a water infrastructure out here to support that. We had y'all put it on the table, or y'all took it off the table, or I don't know. That's before my time. But
those types of discussions can come up with that, you know, what the figures that the treasurer had given you that we have left, you know, so that can be a part of that discussion with those who are going to go to those meetings when they happen, and it'd be good to have that before, so we can put that on the April meeting.
I'll tell you what, I'll stop there. I'll yield the floor.
Representative Narcomi, you had the floor, then Representative Chepko. I know it's getting time.
I'll qualify all of this by saying I flunked out of college, but I did take a class in chemistry and I did learn a little bit. I know building a hydrogen bomb is not as easy as it might sound, but that being said, my band also expressed great concerns about hydrogen and the possibilities that it presents. For that reason, I would like to propose an amendment to the resolution to remove any reference to hydrogen at this juncture. We can revisit that proposal later after perhaps we've had an opportunity to educate ourselves on the possibilities of hydrogen, its pros and its cons. But at this juncture, I'd like to make the motion to remove any reference to hydrogen on this resolution.
You're requesting a friendly amendment to the original motion. Is that
Yes.
friendly amendment accepted?
He already had a friendly amendment on the table. He has to amend his own deal.
No, it never hit the floor.
I'll accept your friendly amendment. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay, I'll accept it. Is there a second to it? You can second it now. All right. Representative Chepko?
Call for question.
Okay. Okay, what we have right now is the original resolution in its context, except there's been an amendment to strike anything that deals with hydrogen. That's the only change, and it was accepted by the amendment. So this would be TR 2024-08, as written, with the hydrogen language taken out. Would y'all like me to read that?
Yeah.
A resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma assigning all rights, excluding ownership and obligations in approximately 75 acres, which includes land on the northeast side of the Mississippi Mission, Track 1, which is approximately 30 acres, and Track 2, which is 35 acres in the land bordering the north side of the cul-de-sac in the Mission Industrial Park, which is just over here to the west, LLC for use in relation to the development and operation of solar, and hydrogen will be stricken.
Then you won't need that many acres then.
Solar project.
You also need to delete the 10 acre. So
Okay.
it would only be tracks 1 and 2.
Okay, only tracks 1 and 2, according to what was said, that wasn't made clear. Is that accepted as well in the friendly amendment?
We're deleting track 3.
Okay,
Yeah, delete track three. So you're
okay.
looking at-
Is that accepted? Okay, it's understood. Okay. Okay, track 3 is deleted as well, and any language to hydrogen. So you did reduce your land base there. Okay, Anna's question's been called for. So everyone understand that, what's just been said? Okay. Secretary call the roll with amendments, TR 2024-08.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesleth.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Henson Lena.
No.
David Frank.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 11 yeses, 14 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, the count 11 yeses, 14 noes, and how many abstentions?
0.
0 abstentions. I declared that measure to have failed. So as far as solar is concerned, I think you're going to have to find another location, Representative Petit. We got 1,300 acres south of here. Actually, that wouldn't make a bad solar farm.
Mr. Chairman, take it back to its original.
No, it's failed with amendments. That was the motion with amendments.
Would that mean that hydrogen would still be left in it? Because the motion was.
No.
I know it failed. What failed was to take hydrogen out.
No. What failed was the motion with amendments. What failed was motion with amendments 1 TR 2024-09. So, gentlemen, what that means is if there's another location, obviously under new business and another measure, you know that you could bring it up if there was another location for a solar farm. Okay? TR 2024-09.
A resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma assigning all rights excluding ownership and obligations to approximately 20 acres east of the Seminole Indian Health Services Clinic in Wewoka to Seminole Energy LLC for use in relation to the development and operation of a solar project. I make that motion, ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and for clarity, that is just east of the Indian Health Service. There's a lower level of land there that's grown up by cedar trees and other types of trees, and it's not been used, and it's trust land as well. That's where the location is, and it's strictly solar in this particular resolution. Any comments and questions? Representative Borba, then Representative Pittman.
Now, this land that's in question, this is Seminole Nation land, it's not on creek, correct?
Yes, it's Seminole Nation land, and so it's in trust for the Seminole Nation by the United States of America.
Might have.
But it's in the Muskogee Creek Reservation. But it doesn't matter. That does not matter. That does not matter. So is the complex. It does not matter. I mean, we've had these discussions before, you know, at higher levels of government in both the Creek and Seminole Nation. So it is, it's in trust on behalf of the Seminole Nation by the United States. Okay. Secretary? Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick and simple, what's the cost of the project?
What'd you just say?
Well, we're moving land, we're donating land for the energy project. What's the cost of clearing those trees and getting it prepared for whatever project we're getting ready to start on?
Well, I'm not gonna mention it now. Let's see what this guy says. Because we were already planning on doing something.
What's the projection? Because it's gotta circle back, it's gotta come back.
It's on the project piece, I would say it's about 20 million.
At least? Okay, I just wanna make sure it's something.
Wait, hold. Clearing the land is how much?
Oh, no, the whole project.
The whole project.
Oh, okay. Nah. I thought you said about the clearing the land of trees. That's what I heard. Okay.
Yeah, my first question was how much does the project cost?
There you go. Is that actually what you said, though? It was? All right, that's where we're at. Any other questions on this one? This is total solar. It's 20 acres. Creates somewhat of a protection of the grid in the Wewoka area. Okay? Secretary, TR 2020-24-09.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman. Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 9 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 16 yes, 9 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TR 2024-09 has passed. We're on TR 2024-10. Representative Petit.
The resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma assigning all rights, excluding ownership, and obligations to approximately 106 acres of the Phillips property, Track 1, which includes approximately 52 acres, and Track 2, which includes approximately 54 acres, to the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for use in relation to a hemp pilot project for a period of 1 growing season, and granting the Chief of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma the authority to extend the assignment for additional growing seasons, 1 season at a time, if the Chief believes the hemp pilot project is still of benefit to the nation. Make that motion and ask for a second.
Up there by the corner house. Okay, there's a motion made by Representative Petit. Did we have a second? Second by Representative Yeslith. Could you clarify for everyone, where's that tract of land on the Phillips property? Is it on the north side of that creek? Or are you taking away our beautiful meadow?
We would like to use the hay meadows. Tract on the south side of the creek. There's another portion that used to be on the north side of the creek. And the reason that we're requesting use of that property is we looked at, we've been offered a contract and many other tribes in the area contracts to begin the development of hemp production, industrial hemp production. There is a major process of industrial hemp in its built facility in Wichita Falls, Texas. So they're looking for suppliers for industrial hemp fiber. And they've approached the tribes to be one of those options. What we'd like to do, because we know nothing about hemp, what we're being told is that industrial hemp can be farmed and process and bale, harvest it here, just like you would hay. But we'd like to prove that concept, see if it is something that works that way, the equipment will work, and before we try to do it on a much larger scale. It is, hemp production, industrial hemp production, has possibility, because of a wide variety of uses for hemp fiber, that if we can get in on the ground floor of the production of several thousand acres, some of which we hope would be owned by tribal members, using their own lands to contribute to this production level. We just wanted to set in motion, understand what it took to make this work, and would it work the way that, and would it work the way we're being told? And this is one way for us to find out. Do a pilot. We selected that portion simply because it has been used for hay, and it would be the easiest, would have been the easiest to prepare. When we first approached the chief about this, we were all kind of hoping that there would be a special meeting and allow us, because the requirements of the contract for this year is that we have the hemp seed in the ground no later than April 30th. And although the nation has the legal infrastructure to regulate hemp production within our jurisdictional boundaries, the commission and all the work that has to be done to certify, issue the certification for us to grow hemp, I just don't see how we could get it done between now and the end of April. So if nothing happens with it, we'd like to say we'd like to do this again next year. Give us the opportunity to go ahead and work with this company to develop this company. We only get to grow planting one planting per season. So it's not like hay in the sense you get multiple cuttings. It's just you plant it, you harvest it, and then they recommend you do something else, cover crop, for the balance of the year. They have requested 100 acres. This would qualify. It would take, and we know the reason we said 1 year. One, we're hoping that we can prove the concept in that time and make that information available to others and within the tribe. Second is we know there's other uses planned for this land or in discussion for this land, so we don't want to tie it up indefinitely. So that's kind of what we're looking at. We said one season at a time, and we'd have to talk to Panda to see if you approve the concept, that we could still work with them to maybe do the planning next in 2025. So that's where we'd be at this time.
Why does it have to be on the Phillips land?
It just so happens that's the only place that it would be at the time. Now, if we look at 25, it doesn't have to be, but we'd have to clear land. We looked at the 29 acres over here. We tested down there, and every one of those places except that hay meadow would have to be cleared and be ready. So when we looked at this, we're talking to the people in November. We would have been able to, with minimal preparation, plant on the Phillips property. Other than that, there's no special reason for it.
Representative Dithridge.
Now, did you say the reason?
Yes, Representative Dithridge.
Did you say the reason for these two sections of land on the Phillips property were because it would take less work to get this property prepared?
Both sides, certainly the south side and some of the north side, they were built for hay last season. So it's clear, there's not a lot of shrubbery or anything like that because it's been used for hay for several years. So all we would have had to have done is go in with minimal preparation, go in and plant the seed at those locations.
Okay.
Anyplace else we go, we'd have to do something.
Question number 2 is, why did you eliminate the 1,200 acres we have that we call the self property?
Because it's terribly overgrown.
It's still too overgrown?
Yes, it's terribly overgrown, and that's a subject matter for one of the other resolutions.
I thought those hogs trampled it down.
Is it too overgrown because we haven't had that controlled burn?
Well, controlled burn is a solution to the removal of the underbrush. And again, that's kind of the next resolution.
I know it, but y'all were supposed to do this controlled burn for the last 3 years down there and hadn't got it done yet, so.
That's part of, the next resolution is part of this issue. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's the reason. It was the easiest piece of property to move on at
Well.
this time. But we did look at all the other possibilities that we had.
I think, and I still have the floor, don't I, Miko?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. I think we can probably support this legislation, our band can, but it's somewhat of an annoyance that you're taking 104 acres, 108 acres, 106 acres, whatever it is, of property there to Phillips property that looks like it could be used for something else, more so than growing hemp. And the third thing is this: are we certain that the chief? I thought the Constitution gave that land encumbrance authority to the council and not to the chief.
That's not a question.
That's not how it says?
That's not a question I can answer that. It's more of a legal question.
Okay, well, I see our legal expert up there.
I'm not sure why the title of this resolution was phrased that way. I don't know that, I mean, we do have a hemp code and we have requirements and regulations. We actually do hemp reporting every month. So I'm not sure why the title of this resolution had this left to the chief to decide, but I agree that land use is normally reserved to the council. And so we could change it to that, or we, like Chairman Harjo said, we need to get that hemp committee or commission, I can't remember what it's called, up and running, and maybe they would have a better determination of whether or not it would be profitable the next year. I think this is just unfortunate wording because so little is known about the hemp project yet.
Okay, I don't know who the hemp authority is, but I know that everybody on the council right now, we're literate enough that we can read a budget and see if they made $1 or see if they lost $1. Well, I don't know whether CINDOC can because they're looking at that Seminole Nation Services and it's losing money every year. So, but that's beside the point. I would like to make a friendly motion that we amendment to scratch out the chief and put the general counsel in that spot, just to be on the safe side and on the constitutional side.
Well, actually, it's not dealing with the lands, it's dealing with whether the hemp project is worth continuing on. You know, that's the language that's in this particular measure. The land is always the council. That's why y'all had the opportunity to turn down 250 jobs back in November, because all it was taken was appropriating land for that use.
So do we need to vote on that change, or do I need to get me a second? All right, how are we going to do this?
They're telling me and telling you as a council, they're not going to get it in by April the 30th. I say it comes back, and then they have time to prep the land we have 1,300 acres on, and not use the fellow's property. At least that's.
So do we need to withdraw the
Mayor, would you recommend that we just withdraw it at this time?
I mean, you're not going to get the hemp product in.
I was going to say, we've got a year basically to get prepped for it.
Prep out there, get that ready. You know, Phillips property is high dollar quality property. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, you don't have to take it.
I would make a motion we withdraw the
Okay.
resolution.
Okay, the motion was to withdraw from the original sponsor. And send out, perhaps we can maybe prep this for a planning in April, before April of 25, like recommended. Okay? Thank you. Representative Shaw?
Speaking on the same resolution, suggestion now would be, our band looked at it, and they asked that CINDOC renegotiate the deal, because it says we're only gonna get 4%.
Yeah, they can bring it back before next year.
But I'm saying though, you know, he's here, I might as well tell him that's what I'm doing. Informing him that my band wants to look at renegotiating for more than 4%.
Okay. They'll note that, so when if and when it comes back. Okay, we're on TR, that's been withdrawn, okay? We're on TR 2024-11, Representative Petit.
Tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce 2023 Reserve Treaty Rights Land Program budget to finance an archaeological survey and other activities to support a controlled burn on tribal land near Bow Legs and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal 2023 comprehensive budget. I make a motion to ask for a second.
It's a motion by Representative Petit. Did I see your hand, Representative Lambert? Okay, I saw your hand first, though. Second by Representative Lambert. Any comments on this one? And this is that land, is this the, which parcel of land is this, as far as the name of it? Are we talking about? Is this the self property? Because there is a Childress property as well. That's right, the confusion of 900 acres and 1,300 acres sometimes gets confusion. There's two parcels, and it adds up to 1,300 acres. Representative Deathridge?
Yes, sir. The concern I have is as a BCR commissioner and our association with the land management group that does most of this work for SINDOC, and we're not getting reimbursed, or her department's not getting reimbursed for doing a lot of the work that SINDOC should be paying for. So will this be a cost reimbursement if you ask Our Lady to, and she's not really Our Lady, except the poor choice of words, but if you ask the land management representative of the Seminole Nation to oversee this, and she spends $4,000 overseeing this, y'all are going to reimburse her budget?
I would not anticipate signing or asking your land office to oversee this particular budget and related activities. The funding was provided by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to assist with a performance of an archaeological survey. Originally, our request was for the 500 acres reserved for the bison pasture. The recommendation from the Bureau of Indian Affairs is that in order to get that property up to where it could support a bison herd and graze a bison herd, we needed to do at least 2 controlled burns to eliminate the underbrush and other things that at the property. So we asked for the money, and they agreed to provide, and they provided this dollar amount for that purpose.
Ain't that right?
So we'll be looking for resources, to actually perform that archaeological survey. The BIA fire people cannot participate in this survey without that requirement being met. Now, during the course of the discussion here, as things have evolved, the tribal wildlife and parks people have been working on the larger overall parcels and looking at how they could eliminate or mitigate wild hog population there, and the damage being caused to the rest of our property. The recommendation for that from the Bureau is also a control burn. So when we drafted the language for the budget and for the contract, I went ahead and put in that the archaeological survey could cover the entire acreage.
1,300 acres.
Yeah, 13. So that way, even if we got ours done, that the progression could occur to deal with the undergrowth and everything else on the rest of the property, as would be recommended by Bureau and others. So I don't know what it's going to cost. I can also share with you, since this discussion occurred, the land office was able to locate a archaeological survey done on the self property, which is the 900 acres, in about 2014-15. So an archaeological survey has been done on that property. What I don't know, and we'll have to confer with the Bureau and whomever else has got approval authority here, is whether or not that archaeological survey is sufficient to cover the need, or if we'll have to update it. But we won't have to go back and do a full survey. At best, most we'd have to do is update it to move forward with it. Once we're able to get that archaeological survey and have it accepted by the Bureau, then we'll be able to move forward with the controlled burns. When those happen, I don't know, that's going to have to be scheduled with them. The budget also allows that if we have any money left over, the idea was to support archaeological surveys on as much of that property as we could, and once that's done, if there's any money left over, we would contribute that toward fire breaks and other things that you need to manage a controlled burn. So it's a one-line item budget. It's all contractual services toward that end, to be able to facilitate a controlled burn on that property.
And one good thing I think we don't think about is, the emphasis of the non-established reservation, because normally the Bureau would have required restricted or trust land to be able to do those controlled burns on. But here we got 1,300 acres of fee land that's not in restriction nor trust, but it's within the exterior boundaries of a reservation, and it makes a difference. Representative Lambert.
I'm with Representative Etheridge on reimbursing the Land Research Department for any time. So in the future, can we make sure that you guys put it in the budget for land research to be reimbursed, or for them to be compensated for the time that they spend on the projects outside of their own?
The only thing we've asked for at this point in time is information that they should have in hand because they are a land office. We've not asked them to do anything above and beyond what they could provide from their own files.
Such as facilitating meetings and hosting meetings and stuff like that.
To my knowledge, they're not doing that for us. They're not doing that for us. They're not doing it for us. To my knowledge, they haven't done that since I've been.
And
if they've done it, it would have been in the past. But to my knowledge, they're not doing it.
well, we've heard that they've been doing this, quite often and above and beyond what they need to be doing, as far as like work and research as well. But, we were just asking for consideration of that in the future.
They said to go into that realm.
Because, because that budget is very tight, and we would like for her to be able to do more within her.
Might I remind this council that they went from contractual workers to full-paid employees with benefits, and one of their responsibilities is to do work for the Seminole Nation, okay? Because this is like the third or fourth time I've heard it come, from BCR and people affiliated with BCR. I understand the stance, but there are some things that are expected when we have a nearly $300,000 budget for land research, and the nation needs things.
And she does make cuts as well when the money does not come in for those type of things. They do make cuts along the way, and that's the same. We need to be considerate of that because we are cutting because in response to income. So we need to, also make sure that, if there is money coming through, that we're able to reimburse that department as well. And also maybe look into other avenues like the BEIA or other departments that could support this, because she does a lot of work for them as well.
Well, I would be asking them that for sure.
Yeah.
Representative Petit.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what y'all are talking about with her use. Now, initially, her involvement in the request that I made of her was we did not have access to that property. And so she worked together with Mr. Getz at SENDOC to obtain, what do you call those, easement onto that property from that roadway that I think they call it Sewell Driveway. And this was before Chief Harjo was involved with SENDOC. And that's how all that took place. And then we've used her again, I think, in our Bison program to assist us in getting someone that we could get the, survey plat and everything done on the property. And as far as my knowledge, that's all we've actually used it for, and that was hard to give us a recommendation as to who would be a good party to do the survey for us. I'm not aware of any other work that we've asked her to do so far, but that's what I understand her work's just been. And like I said, But like I said, I really think the first part of it wasn't so much the Sendoc and Bison deal more than getting access for the nation to have access to its own property was what that actually was. Because we had, it was about 50 foot from that roadway, or a little over 50, 55 foot from that roadway to actually the property line. And that was what I ran into the first time I went down there to check it. Was a gentleman come across the street over there and started getting on to me about getting on his property, and I thought, oh, we better find out. So I just left, and I didn't want any conflict with him, but that's where I think our initial service request ever was, is to work with us in trying to find out who owned the property and how we could obtain an easement to that property, which thankfully she was able to obtain for us.
Okay, we've spent quite a bit of time discussing this. We're well beyond the 15 minutes. And we still have several items to move forward to. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Was there any other questions been called? Secretary, please call the roll.
Leatta Simpson. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2024-11 has been approved. Next item, TR 2024-12. Mr. Petit.
I'm going to have to take a breath. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce 2024 budget and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Make the motion and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Okay, I've seen Representative Yesleth and then Representative Dethridge.
Yes. My ban asked for a friendly amendment of, for the project manager salary to go back to the original amount, or to provide salary increases across the board. The project manager, was it going from like 40,000 to 75,000? And then all the other ones were getting like a 2% increase. So my ban asked that we either keep it at the original 40,000 or give it just a 2% increase as the other positions received as well.
So you're talking about Seminole services, the office operations
Yes.
managers,
I think it's the one that Steve maybe placed the bin. Yeah.
Okay, so the friendly amendment request is to have the salary for the production, for the operations manager,
Seminole Nation Services Operations Manager.
Seminole Nation Services Operation Manager, to either remain at the 2023 budget or to only have a 2% increase as the other positions. Is that friendly amendment accepted?
I do not accept that.
Okay, it is not accepted. Representative Dethridge.
I've got two. On page 4, in part on page 4 of the budget. Last paragraph. Compliance with law of Directors respectfully request
from the General Counsel through approval of this annual plan of operation authorization to retain all except 4% of the net profit from the SNDOC business enterprise. Now, in our 2024 budget, there's still a $50,000 amount that you're supposed to pay to the nation, correct?
Yes, that was in the 23 budget. That was the amount of the 23 budget.
Oh, I forget what budget we're actually on anymore. So, I thought that was on the 2024 budget.
No, the 2024 budget provides for percentage distribution as opposed to the flat dollar amount. Percentage
Okay.
distribution is, I think, 4% of net income. So you see that instead of it being a flat dollar amount, as has been the practice for the last several years, we're switching to a percentage amount for distribution of nation.
Well, you were giving us $50,000 a year of the nation, weren't you correct?
If this budget passes, it will not be that, it would be 4%, which.
In the past, it's been $50,000.
Flat 50,000.
And then if you multiply all of these budgets where it says transfer to the nation, and y'all have already done that, you would be giving the nation, instead of $50,000, $34,897. So we only lose $15,003 or $103.
You also stand to gain if the profitability improves beyond what's in the budget, then you stand to gain as well.
That's true, but I don't like playing dice. But here's my friendly amendment that I would like to ask. Could we eliminate Seminole Nation Services? And that would eliminate $141,509 off your FY24 budget. Could we just eliminate that? If y'all looked at, it hadn't made us $1 since the beginning of time, has it?
Well, it did in 2020. It did in the COVID year, because they supplied services, detection and control services during that year. So that is the only year that I'm aware of that it made an actually made a profit.
Okay, and
I apologize. I don't know what Seminole Nation Services, I don't know what function they do for the nation. Do they sell toilet paper and cleaning supplies? What is their?
Seminole Nation Services is primarily a janitorial supplies company, and which basically describes cleaning supplies, paper goods, etc.
Chairman, can you use the, thank you.
That's been their primary line of business. And what is incorporated in this budget is we shut the business down at about this time last year because we weren't comfortable with the direction it was moving. We have put together I can't say completely new business plan, but we've actually put together a business plan on which this budget is based that would involve sales to the federal government and to tribal entities, not only ourselves, but other non-federal entities. The target markets are people like casinos and tribal entities and the federal government, particularly the Department of Defense. We're preparing to go online, use online platforms for our sales, both at the federal level. We're in the process of obtaining a federal schedule, and when we obtain that, we will move on to an online platform known as GSA Advantage to distribute and sell our products into the federal system. On the tribal side, we are preparing and should have a new online website in place and ready and moving forward with it no later than April 1st. We've completed most of our initial development and testing, so we're ready to move into that category. The budget that you have in front of you is based on, increasing sales along those two pathways, and actually putting full-time, we have one full-time person right now that would be involved in that sales process. We're using the rest of the backup will be a designated person within the division itself. We understand the issue, shortcoming, the opportunity for sales in in those categories is still there. We're trying to restructure and position ourselves to take advantage of that using those platforms. We are an 8A certified firm, so there's a potential benefit there. We're a tribal organization. We exist in a hub zone. All of those three things are very favorable to federal sales. We're working to get ourselves positioned to take full advantage of that. As further we move into this year, before we get everything kicked off, the budget sales total that we're looking at here becomes more difficult to achieve, but we should still see a significant rate of return. The targets that the board has set for the personnel involved with this is that they have a certain time frame to be able to cover, first of all, their payroll, generate enough sales to cover their payroll, and then second, to cover the operating expenses of the monthly operating expenses of the company. So
that employee that you're referencing to, is that Steve Getz?
It is Steve Getz, yes.
And he's the only employee that you have for Seminole Nation Services?
Yes, at this time.
Okay. All right. I've talked to one or two entities within the Seminole Nation that were approached prior to Seminole Nation Services demise or shutdown. And I asked them, do you use their services? They said, no. I said, how come? They said, well, we can go to Walmart and buy everything we need cheaper than what they're selling it for. So, I mean, it's just not good economics.
And we have corrected that issue. We had to in order to be able to move in the federal schedule. From what we understand, what the board was made aware of is they were purchasing their products basically from the retailer. So we've spent the better part of last year working through and trying to identify and find suppliers who would sell it to us at wholesale levels. So we've gone through a number of working with several different groups to get to that point. We now have a relationship with an organization that will sell us the product at wholesale levels, which then lets us be much more marketable and competitive in the general market. So we have addressed that concern.
Well, you haven't addressed it enough for our band to support your legislation here or this budget, because I've seen it in the past, and the problem isn't in what you can do, it's in an individual. That's what we think. And so that's sort of where we're at on this. Just letting you know.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we've got about 3 more minutes before we hit the 15-minute mark on this. Is there any other questions?
Call for question.
Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
No.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 11 yeses, 13 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 11 yes, 13 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2024-12 has failed. Next item introduced by Finance Committee, 2024-13. We're going to have to address that because the last continuance ends, is that the end of this month? Yeah, it's at the end of this month. So we'll need to reconsider a continuance for the SINDOC budget. That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask for a personal privilege to do both TR 2024-13 and TR 2024-15, as both are related to our law enforcement budgets.
There's been a request to consider 2024-13 and 15 as they are both related to law enforcement,
That's correct.
correct? Okay, is there any objections? We have an objection. Do we wish,
That's okay.
Okay,
We'll just
okay.
we'll do them in order.
continue in order?
There's no problem. Okay, the tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for law enforcement and incorporation of said budget in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriations. And basically, law enforcement has been allocated,
Okay, are you making a motion?
yes.
Do we have a second? We have a second by Mr. Petit. Carry on, please.
Thank you. They've already been allotted their budget, and so right now, we're just trying to implement the budget modification for the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, and I yield for questions.
Did you say that it was 419,000?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Additional funds there?
Yes.
Okay, I see no hands. Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leatta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
Count of 22, 0, and 2. TR 2024-13 has been approved. Moving to the next item, 2024-14, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
TR 2024-14 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for wildlife, parks, and recreation, and the incorporation of said budget for the FY 24 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I move adoption. and
We have a
call for
motion.
second.
Second by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution for the budget, the allocation of 10,000 has been given to Wildlife Parks and Recreation, and right now we want a budget modification to implement that LATC funding.
Okay, thank you for that. See no hands. Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leatta Sampson,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes?
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
Count of 22 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. TR 2024-14 has been approved. The next item, 2024-15, Finance Committee, please present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to pause to see if my colleague, Ms. Ida Gonzalez, wanted to
She
present.
doesn't look interested.
Oh, I just wanted to give her the opportunity.
Carry on.
It's more than one person on the Finance Committee. Yep, okay. Yes, ma'am. Just wanted to share. All right, TR 2024-15 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the law enforcement contract A22A V00166 is the budget modification for the fiscal year of 2022. And the law enforcement has that approved budget for a contract, so I'm asking for a second. I'm making the motion and asking for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Sampson. Is there any questions regarding this modification? Okay, see Representative McCoy and then Petite.
Can I call Chief Chris Coker up to the front, please?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chris. This came out of my band. They wanted to just get more clarification on why the need to move all the remaining funding out of the 22 to cover salaries and benefits. While we understand the need based on the explanation, but as far as funding goes, how will this impact future funding? Plus, you're not utilizing the funding for the intended purpose to operate your overall budget. And is law enforcement not seeking new funding opportunities to cover the increase in staffing and hours needed?
So yeah, we'll go into contract negotiations with the BIA over the summer to hopefully add additional personnel. We are hopeful for that, but we realize the numbers probably won't be met by the Bureau. With the remaining funds you're speaking of, our budget has taken a hit. With all the overtime we've had to pay out, with the incidents going on over in Wewoka, so anything we can scrape together and provide salaries would help us maintain.
Thank you, Mado.
Okay, Representative Petite.
I believe she pretty well answered our questions.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? I see none. Question's been called. Please.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Uh-huh. I swallowed all my. Josie, yes.
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena, David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 21 yeses, 2 noes, 2 abstain.
Count of 21, 2 and 2, TR 2024-15 has been approved. Next item, TR 2024-16, also from the Finance Committee.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman and committee. This is the last bill that Finance Committee is presenting for tonight. TR 2024-16, It's a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modifications for tribal courts and the incorporation of said budget in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing the appropriation. I ask for a second. Second of adoption.
Got a motion and a second by Representative Nita Halata? Harjo? Sorry, my apologies. Halata Harjo, there we go.
Thank you.
Getting late.
Thank you. Basically, the General Council approved and incorporated a grant for the tribal court, and they received the grant, and the Office of Justice Programs and the Bureau of Justice Assistance through the United States Department of Justice. So there's a coordinated tribal assistance solicitation for the fiscal year of 2023, and it's a competitive grant, and we received the grant, so I ask for your support.
Okay, is there any other questions regarding this item? See none, question's been called. Please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 23 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
Count of 2302, TR 2024-16 has been approved. Okay, we've got 3 more items and then the other business. TR 2024-17 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Kristen Hill to the Princess Committee.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion by Representative Thunder.
Second.
Second by Representative McCoy. Any questions?
No, she was not able to be here this evening. She had a prior event and she didn't know how long the meeting would
Okay,
last.
thank you for that. Representative Petit?
I just have a question as far, are these staggered positions too that fill this Princess Committee?
But they are not. Okay. Representative Pittman. Gosh, getting late. I'm trying to call you by your last name and be professional.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Just along the lines of what Representative Petit said, are they filling unfinished terms, or are they new appointees, or are they being reappointed to a position they already had?
So these would be new appointments for unfilled positions.
Unfilled, we had
Yes.
some vacancies, okay.
Correct.
So what's the year, how many years would they be appointed?
2 years. It's 2. Right now, the Princess Committee has 1, so we need to do what we can on this. Question's been called.
Their bylaws at one time stated they had to either be a former princess or Seminole. I know they're Seminoles, but it only says 1 non-former princess. So I don't know if either one, I don't think either one of these have ever been a princess, so.
I'm not sure what the current bylaws read, if they've been amended to change that or not, but
I know they were attempting to change things and do things to them bylaws. So I don't know where we stand on that. I'm not against either one of them. Matter of fact, we vote yes on both of them. But the thing is, you know, oh, we breaking our own laws again, here we go.
Well, again, it's a bylaw, but it can probably be amended if that's the way it stands. Representative Harjo.
Their current bylaws that they have state that they have to have 3 members, one being a former princess, which the chairwoman now, Miss Kilo, she is a former
Correct.
3 times.
Okay, so we'll still be within the bylaws, the way they're written, for clarification. Okay, I see no hands. Representative, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 7 noes, 0 abstain.
Count of 18, 7, and 0, TR 2024-17 has been approved. Next item, TR 2024-18, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Jessica Helms to the Princess Committee. Ask for a motion and a second. Have a motion by Yeslith and a second by Lambert. Ms. Helms was here earlier. I don't know if she's still here or not. I don't believe she is. Okay. Okay, is there any questions? Questions been called? Please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 13 yeses, 12 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 13, 12, and 0, TR 2024-18 has been approved. We now have 3 ladies on our Princess Committee. Last item under new business, TR 2024-19, Representative Shaw.
Tribal resolution of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a one-time appropriation of $4,000 from the local assistance and tribal consistency fund, authorizing and approving membership into the United Indian Nations of Oklahoma, authorizing the payment to membership dues to UINO, authorizing and taking of all other action necessary or desirable in connection with the membership in UINO. In other words, asking for $4,000 to get into this, United Indian Nations of Oklahoma. There are.
Okay, we've got are you making a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have Representative Thunder has a second? Okay.
I want to finish, go ahead and tell you, there's 24 tribes in Oklahoma that belong to this. And we, as a council or as a nation, we identify with the smaller tribes better than we do the larger tribes that we're affiliated with. And we need to, we're fighting the state of Oklahoma state anyway. We need all the tools that we can to fight back, and this is one group I feel is the thing that would help us out. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Representative Pittman, I seen your hand. You still, okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted clarification on, if this is a one-time payment, how many representatives does it cover? Or does it make our entire tribe?
This is for tribal membership.
The entire tribe, a
Yes.
member?
There is individual levels, but this is for the tribe.
This is for the tribe?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it, and it's an annual,
Annual, correct.
it's annual, okay.
It shows on here, total tribal citizens, 3,001 plus, $4,000. I think we might qualify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to know, how soon did you get this, and did you send it through the finance committee as a request?
It's been the finance committee.
Yeah,
I don't even know what LATCF is.
for membership dues, they wouldn't necessarily need a budget.
Okay. It's written in the resolution.
Where we come from?
The administration.
Okay. All right, Representative Petit.
Right, to clarify on your point, this is our funds that were restricted for 22 and 23, and what it says, and I think at one of our meetings, our last meeting, I think it said,
I got it. I have to answer that question because I got it wrong.
Okay. 2 years.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
It doesn't show any restrictions on use, so if we use it for this, but I just want to make sure, because you said this was a year to be, we may have funds available then to use it next year, but.
It also, there is a cap on something in there, that's, can't use it for all.
Yeah, just can't use it for a while, and kind of what you're doing, that's kind of why I'm like, well, I don't know, you're not very well in yourself, you just remember the election, there's one lobbying on
It's called the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. We applied for it in October of 23, I believe, and it was a total of $6 million. We received all of it, and that's what's, funding the executive budget this time, and it doesn't have no deadlines on it like ARPA. Okay, it can continue to go on. We just had that meeting with the U.S. Treasurer this past week, and so it's there, and it's we were fortunate to get it. It was probably the quickest funds we ever applied for and received. About 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. $6 million. That's something, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, we're back to the original question there. Membership in UINO.
Call for question.
Okay, Secretary.
Leetta Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes, no, sorry, no.
Sina Yesler,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 3 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 3 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2024-19 to have passed. We are now into other business, and we had 2 bands that wanted confirmation for the revision committee. And as stated earlier at the beginning of the meeting, when we placed it on the other business, normally in this particular committee, we take the recommendations from the bands and we place them as our nomination for this specific committee. So we have a nomination for Frank West for the Constitution Revision Committee from the Tallahassee Band. Do I hear a motion to that end? Okay, okay.
Chair,
Yes.
got a question. Can we put those together since they're pretty much
You can.
consensus?
You can. There's no objection from the council. We can put those 2 together. And the other name was from Hachiti Band, and what's that name?
Rick Deere.
Oh, Rick? All right, Rick Deere. Okay. All right, we're putting them both together. Okay? Both the Hitchity Band recommendation, and I also submit those as my nominations since the bands in this specific committee wanted them. Okay? Frank West for the Tallahassee, Rick Deere for Hitchity Band. This is for their filling of their vacancies on the revision committee. Secretary, call the roll.
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
Abstain.
David Frank,
Abstain.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 23 yeses, 0 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 23 yes, 0 noes, and 2 abstentions, I declare that those 2 nominations have been confirmed to the revision committee. How about a continuance for the Division of Commerce budget? You want to take that up?
Yes, I make a motion to continue the budget for the Division of Commerce until June 31st? Or how, what do you? I'm through June 30th, thank you for.
Second, we
Okay.
have one in April.
Or, do we need to say in?
Well, they can bring it back up at the quarterly meeting in June, but you can extend it to that if you'd like. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Continuance of the budget to the 2023 last approved budget? Okay, and was there a second to that? A second by Representative Yesler. So this is a continuance of the Division of Commerce budget, as it has been for the last several months. Okay? Everyone understand what we're voting on?
We're voting on send-off budget?
A continuance, a continuance at the 23 approved comprehensive budget. Okay, Secretary, call the roll.
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 23 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
23 yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions. That continuance for the SINDOC budget has passed. Representative Pittman. Oh, is it to adjourn or is it something else?
Something
Oh,
else.
something else? What is yours?
I need to add, my, colleague, Representative
Oh,
Terry
you just want an
Edwards.
excuse for this quarterly meeting? You want to, to
No,
the
no.
prayer list?
No, I'm just.
Well, you ought to excuse them as well, because this is a quarterly meeting. It goes against them from the Constitution if you don't excuse them.
I was trying to request prayer for him. I was not trying to.
Okay, but you should ask for excuse unless you want this to count against them.
No, I did ask for an excuse earlier. It's already written.
Yeah, she put it down.
Really? You asked for one?
Yes, sir. But I can do it formally now so that it's recorded.
Oh.
But yes, Brother Edwards has been hospitalized, so I just wanted to.
This must be a long meeting because I don't remember it.
It's okay. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I went back there? Oh, I see. Well, see, there I caught it, didn't I? I did not hear it with my ears. All right, prayer for Representative Edwards.
It has been a long meeting, but I would like, I'm not sure how many others have gotten calls on this matter, but apparently there's something going on with Seminole police. There have been some accusations of harassment of our people. We don't need to discuss it tonight, I guess, because it has been a long meeting. But at the earliest opportunity, this council probably does need to call our chief of police to have him explain to us what's been going on.
Representative Narkme, that was brought to my attention by yourself and maybe one other Chiaha band member. And our recommendation was for that person to reach out to Light Horse so that they could take a deposition of what they're claiming. Do you know if that was done or not? Because I don't.
I don't, but I know you, Mr.
They did reach out to Light Horse? Okay, that would have been a good time to talk to Light Horse. They had 3 measures on the floor this evening. And then we was under directors meeting. So, but what I'll do is I'll get a hold of Light Horse and then I'll get back with the Chiaha band on this, okay? Okay, Representative Shaw?
I'd like to add to that too, along with John. It's been over.
They're still here.
Well, I've talked to, asked them if they'd go ahead and do the follow-up on the man trying to burn my house down. It's been over a year now. I've asked twice. I've even called the office and they said that they'd reinvestigate. They've done nothing. Kids still running the streets, involved in an altercation down there where he supposedly cut this boy's fingers off, stuff like this. And he's still running the street. So, you know, I have a legitimate complaint there. That's just personal. I didn't want to bring it out, but since it came out, we're getting, like you said, rumors. And we need to quash those rumors or
Is it the same, is it the same incident?
and get rid of people.
Yours is a different incident you're referring to, Representative Shaw, right? It's about your house? And then his is about an individual feeling they're being harassed. Representative Thunder?
I have my own personal issue with Light Horse as well, and it involves my child.
Yeah. And did you?
It's an officer who failed to turn in a report of mine, where I pressed charges on my son's father. That has not been followed up on. I had called Light Horse. I spoke with Erica Tiger, and she had said a report was never turned in. And I know the officer personally. He's never liked me, and he's the one who took the report, but he never turned it in. So I have an issue with that as well.
Well, this is a personal thing, and Chief Coker's back there. Chief Coker, you're hearing these complaints, so I would get with those people that's bringing this to the attention of the council, and it's because it's so personal, they need to inquire with you on this matter, since it's a Light Horse matter, at least a police matter. Okay.
I make a
Okay.
motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned, second. We're considered adjourned, and we're going to pray. Henson, will you say prayer tonight? Yes. He looked around like he said,
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you again for this day, Lord.
Amen.
Again, Father, just thank you again for bringing us together, Father, to come together and to move this tribe forward, Lord. I just pray that you will soften hearts and minds where we can work together as a council, Lord, to do just that, Father. Again, Father, continue to be with our leaders, our directors, all that are involved in the leadership of this tribe, Father. Again, Father, just thank you again for this day. Give us travel mercies. In Jesus' name we pray.
In the name we pray. Amen. Thank you, council.